From Homer Stryker Field in Kalamazoo, Michigan, it's almost time for Rockford Rivets baseball. Today, the Rockford Rivets wrap up a 3-day, 4-game series with their Great Lakes East rival, the Kalamazoo Growlers. Good evening, everybody, and thanks for joining me. It's Larry Larson in with you tonight and all season long on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Yesterday was a tough day for the Rivets as they dropped both legs of a double-header here at Homer Stryker Field. The losses dropped the Rivets to 4-7 in the second half and 19-27 overall. The Growlers, on the other hand, with those two wins, moved to 4-7 in the second half. So both these two teams are tied in fourth place in the Great Lakes East Division. And the winner, of course, of the Great Lakes East in the second half gets a trip to the playoffs. And right now, if the second half were to end today, Kokomo is in possession of that playoff spot, leading the Kenosha Kingfish by a half game. Both the Rivets and the Growlers are 3 games back of the first place Jackrabbits, who are taking on the Kingfish tonight. But here in Kalamazoo, the Rivets have lost 5 of their last 6 games, including 4 of their last 5 road games. So it's been a tough stretch for the Rivets after they took the series opener here in Kalamazoo on Wednesday night. They looked really sharp in that game, won it 8-1, but yesterday the wheels fell off the wagon, especially in game 2 of the doubleheader, which they dropped 11-1 after losing the first leg 5-4 in a pitcher's duel. The Rivets will turn to Noah DeLuga, a left-hander from Minnesota, to try and get another solid start from a pitching staff that has really struggled this year. We'll get to that here in a few minutes, but first, our pregame interview today features not one but 2 Rockford Rivets. Jared Cushing, the redshirt freshman from Xavier, was high school teammates with Greg Ziegler, the sophomore from Johnson County Community College. And those 2 guys have played about the last 6 summers together on various baseball teams. So I chatted with them about that, among various other things. So here's Jared Cushing and Greg Ziegler. On the Rockford Rivets pregame show, joined by Jared Cushing and Greg Ziegler, a 2-for-1 here. You guys were high school teammates, now teammates this summer on the Rockford Rivets, and that's been the case the last few summers for you guys. So how long have you guys played baseball together?
It's been since about freshman year. I was on a different team, and then I met him in high school, and then he got me to come over to the team, and ever since then it's been just every summer. It hasn't even been planned all the time, and it just works out that way.
So Jared, how did it work out this summer that way?
Yeah, I mean, well, me and Greg, we've been playing, I think we actually calculated a couple weeks ago that we've played like either 600 or 800 games together, something just absolutely insane. And I mean, I've been sharing a hotel room with him on the road for 5 or 6 summers now. We weren't even supposed to end up on the same summer team last year, but we did because COVID, and then the same thing kind of happened in the fall. We both kind of communicated and had a chance to come play for the Rivets, and the fact that we had a chance to play together again is always something we look forward to. So we did it again.
Definitely a cool story. Now, Greg, when do you think you realized, or when did Jared realize that you guys could play baseball at a high level, at the next level, and you guys were playing travel in high school and stuff like that?
I think it was immediately freshman year when, I know he started on freshman before me, but when we were playing around those guys, we had good talent, and being lucky to go through a high school program with that talent and competition really set us up for the future.
Yeah, well, we both had the opportunity to play varsity baseball as freshmen at JCA. So we both knew kind of that we could be pretty good, and ever since that time we've worked out, we've hit together, we have the same hitting coach, same infield stuff, or he's an outfielder, but same defensive stuff. We've gone to the same coaches, same lifting since we were 15, ever since we knew that we could play a little bit.
There you go. So how were those JCA teams? Were you guys any good? You won anything?
We won a lot, but not championships. We were really good. I'd say my junior year was probably our best. We ended both junior and senior year the same way in the sectional championship to tough teams, but we had, I'm pretty sure, 11 or 12 kids go to play college baseball, and 9 of them were Division I. So there's always been some competition around and a lot of winning in those 4 years.
And I imagine that you guys have kind of pushed each other through this whole process, right?
Oh my gosh, yeah. Anytime one of us is struggling or one of us is doing good, we always are talking. We talk baseball even when we're at our colleges. While I'm at Xavier and while he was at Missouri State, we would FaceTime constantly and just talk baseball, always pushing each other in the weight room, hitting, everything.
Well, Greg, you struggled a little bit to start this summer, but now you've turned it on recently. What's kind of been the X factor for you over these last few games?
Well, going through the school year, I didn't get as much experience, and it kind of got in my head a little bit, and I was like getting spotty at bats here and there. But coming into the summer, I was looking for a clean slate, and when it didn't get off to the start that I wanted, I kind of was trying to make results happen. And then a month in, 3-4 weeks in, I started thinking like, hey, this is how it is. I'm going to go out and play every day and have fun and then just see what happens. And lately I've just been focusing on one thing when I'm hitting, and it's been working out.
Yeah, I know that this team likes to have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Where does this team rank in terms of, some of the best that you guys have been on?
Yeah, I mean, well, we have gotten the chance to play for some awesome teams, but, I mean, you do play baseball because you love it, but you also play because the guys, and JT picked a great team of great guys, and it's been an absolute blast. There's no complaints about anything. It's been a great summer so far.
Absolutely, and I want to ask you guys some rapid-fire questions here, so just random questions about the Rivets, about the summer so far. So I'll ask you both, who's your funniest teammate here on the Rockford Rivets?
I would say it's Greg.
Oh, man, that's a tough question.
I know, Greg, you seem to be the consensus.
Yeah, I know. I get a lot of things going. I like riling people up, but if it wasn't Jared, it'd probably be Grant. Grant McGill.
Interesting. It's the first time I've gotten that answer. Who has the worst post-game meal that you've ate so far?
Oh my gosh. I have no idea. I can't even remember all the meals right now that we've had. It's just tough. Yeah. Oh, I will say Battle Creek, they had B-dubs, and it wasn't that B-dubs is bad, but we had B-dubs like 6 meals in a row, which was just insane. So by the 6th time it came around, I was like, dang, this is just a lot of fried chicken. But it's still no complaining over here.
Looks like you agree, Greg.
Yeah, I'd say the B-dubs right when you're getting off the bus and that early morning bus ride isn't the greatest thing to be eating right away, right before a hot game.
Very true. How about the best pre- or post-game meal?
Kokomo's dinner is always good. I'd say that.
I would agree. Kokomo always has. I think we've put together some good dinners too. We have really good mashed potatoes, but Kokomo, they've made some lasagna and some like homemade meals that are really good.
There you go. How about the favorite stadium that you guys have played in so far this summer?
Easily Wausau. I liked how the field is really close to the dugout, so everyone was on top of each other, and same with the fans. It was nice.
Yeah, I'd say the 3 that's definitely stand out to me are Kalamazoo, Kenosha, and Wausau, because Kenosha just puts together a really good venue. Kalamazoo, when we were here a couple weeks ago, they had so many people here and it was a blast. But Wausau's actual field is definitely my favorite because their setup was just cool with what Greg talked about.
I think I'd agree with that answer. I like Wausau. It reminds me of Wrigley Field a little bit.
Yeah.
Last question for you guys. Favorite memory playing with each other? So I'll start with you, Jared. Favorite memory playing with Greg? On or off the field?
Yeah, I mean, on the field we've had so much. I mean, in high school we won conference championships. In travel baseball we've won tournaments, and the on the field stuff's always a blast. But I'd say off the field, just the constant stuff in the hotel and just the endless memories on the road and just random things are definitely what stick out.
All right, Zig, how about you?
Definitely winning was like winning a couple of conference titles and winning through high school, but it's got to be the travel ball summers in the van traveling when everyone just doesn't know what's going on, or in the hotel rooms after or before a game, basically living with each other for a summer.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, thanks for taking the time. It's been fun watching you guys play.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
That was Jared Cushing and Greg Ziegler, Rockford Rivets infielder and outfielder. Those two guys playing baseball together for a very long time. So it's been fun to watch those two guys grow together a little bit here this summer with the Rockford Rivets. Rivets and Growlers about to get underway at 6:35 Eastern Time. Thanks for joining us tonight on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. We're a smidge behind schedule. As you might notice on your clock, it is 6:34 in the Eastern Time Zone. This game should get underway at about 6:37 Eastern Time. So we've got a few minutes to set the scene for you. It's a special day at Homer Stryker Field. It is a League of Their Own night, of course honoring the All-American Girls Professional Baseball Association, where Rockford and Kalamazoo both had teams back in the 1900s. Of course, the famed Rockford Peaches. So the Rivets are dressed as the Rockford Peaches tonight. No skirts, but white pants and special white jerseys. We'll get to more of that later. The Growlers are dressed as the Kalamazoo Lassies, who were the last champion in the All-American Girls Professional Baseball Association. Tonight's pitching matchup, it's going to be two lefties, Michael Dunkelberger and Noah DeLuga squaring off. DeLuga, the freshman from Minnesota, has 4 games started so far this summer with an 11.45 ERA. He's been bumped out of the starting rotation, making a spot start for Ben Vitus tonight, who was unavailable to pitch this week. DeLuga with a record of 1-2, and his main struggle has been walks, 20 of them so far this summer. Michael Dunkelberger is a redshirt freshman from Kalamazoo Valley Community College, so a local guy will go for the Growlers, and his numbers not much better than DeLuga's, a 7.94 ERA with 17 innings pitched and a 1.94 whip. 13 walks and 20 strikeouts, so Dunkelberger a little bit better control than DeLuga. He tosses a fastball, curveball, and changeup. Dunkelberger hasn't had the best luck. He's got a record of 0-2, and in his last start, he looked pretty good. He did get the loss, though. He went 6 innings against Battle Creek, allowed 3 hits, just 2 earned runs, 3 walks, and 7 strikeouts. But in his 2 other starts, he hasn't even made it to the 3rd inning. The start before, on July 4th, he went 1 inning against Traverse City and let up 7 earned runs. So that's a good sign for the Rivets, who have lost 4 or 5 games, including a doubleheader yesterday here in Kalamazoo. And that's got to be frustrating for the Rivets, who swept the Growlers in a 4-game series back in June at Rivet Stadium. And those 4 straight games still stand as the Rivets' longest win streak of the season. Just 4 straight games, and the Rivets will look to avoid losing their 3rd straight tonight here in Kalamazoo. Taking a look at the scenery, it's another gray and overcast day at Homer Stryker Field, and the rain came down today. Yesterday it avoided the Rivets and Growlers for their doubleheader, but today it did not stay away, so there are puddles all over the field at Homer Stryker Field. This stadium was built on a floodplain, so it does not drain very well at all. However, the surface is playable. The tarp was pulled at about 5 o'clock, maybe 4:30, so the infield is relatively dry. It looks pretty good, no puddles there, but looking off the baselines and down at the bullpens, there are large puddles on the warning track, behind home plate, and a few spots in the outfield as well. So the ball already moves slow on this all-natural grass surface, but even slower tonight with the rain. The dimensions here are very shallow and hitter-friendly. 291 down the left field line, 400 to dead center, and the power alleys about 360 to left center and 380 to right center field, and it's 315 down the right field line. So it's shallow down the lines. It can get pretty deep in the alleys. However, we saw the Growlers hit some home runs to the alleys yesterday. They belted 5 home runs against the Rivets, including 4 in the nightcap, which the Rivets lost 11-1. A frustrating day yesterday for Rockford, looking to bounce back today and avoid a 3rd consecutive loss. Both teams are taking the field now for the national anthem. We're going to step aside for a short break and come back with the starting lineups and baseball after this on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Welcome back to Homer Stryker Field in Kalamazoo, Michigan. The Rockford Rivets, known as the Peaches tonight, getting set to take on the Kalamazoo Growlers, who will go by the Kalamazoo Lassies tonight on a league of their own night in Kalamazoo. The Growlers won 2 games of the doubleheader yesterday. The Rivets took the series opener, so a bit of a rubber match of sorts as Rockford will try to pull even in this 4-game, 3-day series. The season series currently sits at 5-4 in favor of the Rivets, but the Growlers have a chance to tie that up today in the 10th game between these Great Lakes East rivals. The 12th game of the second half for both these teams. Let's get the starting lineups. First for the visiting Rockford Rivets, managed by J.T. Scara. Daniel Cantu in the top spot. The redshirt freshman from USF had the doubleheader off yesterday. Phil Matulia, the junior from Louisiana Tech, bats second. He's in right field. Brian Fuentes will play first base and bat third. Wade Elliott bats fourth, playing third base. Jared Cushing is the second baseman, batting fifth. And Tommy Benson follows him up. He's the DH, batting sixth. Johannes Hawkinson is in center field. Grant McGill will do the catching, batting eighth. And Josue Urdaneta, redshirt freshman from Indiana State, rounds it out, batting ninth and playing shortstop. Those are the Rivets. These are the Growlers. TJ Williams, the freshman from Notre Dame, is the leadoff man out in center field. Damon Lux, the redshirt sophomore from Duke, has 3 home runs this year. All 3 coming against the Rockford Rivets. He bats second, and he'll play right field. Nolan McCarthy out in left, batting third. Jake Geloff, the freshman from Virginia, is the third baseman, batting fourth. David Coppage in the 5-hole out in left. Brett Barrera is at first base, batting sixth. Devin Burks is batting seventh in the order at catcher. Luke Lido, the high school senior from Portage, Michigan, committed to LSU, is the shortstop, batting eighth. And Cooper Doman, the DH, rounds it out, the freshman from Chattahoochee Valley Community College. Rivets and Growlers about to get underway. Taking a look at the uniforms today For the Rivets, they are wearing all white uniforms with burgundy socks, burgundy trim, burgundy numbers, and a Rockford Peaches insignia seal in the center chest with printed off-center buttons, as well as a printed burgundy belt across the stomach. Those are Rockford Peaches tribute jerseys for the Rockford Rivets. As for the Growlers, they're in their Kalamazoo Lassies jerseys tonight. So yellow tops with gray pants, green socks, green trim, green caps with a white K on them. The Rivets are sporting burgundy caps with a large white R in the middle. Very, very cool uniforms, and frankly, I wish I could buy a Rockford Peaches cap, but no, they are not for sale here at Homer Stryker Field. Michael Dunkelberger, the lefty from Kalamazoo Valley Community College, is taking his warm-up tosses right now. Dunkelberger has pitched against the Rivets once before this summer, and as his ERA is at 7.94 entering tonight, his Rivets outing did not go very well on June 24th. He went 3 2/3 innings, surrendering 2 earned runs, 2 walks, and 5 strikeouts. And at that point, his ERA wasn't quite as bad, but what really inflated that earned run average for Dunkelberger was a 1-inning outing in which he allowed 7 earned runs against Traverse City on July 4th. The Rivets will look to recreate something like that as they let up 4 runs in game 2 of yesterday's doubleheader against the Growlers and went on to lose 11-1. Daniel Cantu, the redshirt freshman from South Florida, steps in the left-handed batter's box, gives a look at his black bat, and he climbs in. The lines are chalked, the lineup cards are swapped, and we're ready to get underway. Michael Dunkelberger rocks and fires. Breaking ball misses inside, and we are underway at 6:46 Eastern Time, 11 minutes behind schedule. Dunkelberger working from the far right side of the rubber. He kicks and delivers the 1-0. Swung on and tapped foul into the Growlers dugout. It's 1-1. The umpiring crew tonight, Matthew Metcalf behind the plate, Rex Engstrain at first base, and Connor McKenzie at third. 1-1 to Cantu. Swung on and tapped foul up the first base line again, and it's 1-2. Cantu batting .304, one of the best batters in this Rivets order so far this summer. He's got 3 home runs and 22 RBIs. Behind in the count 1-2, Dunkelberger takes a breath and delivers the 1-2 pitch. Fastball called, strike 3. It was on the outer black. Cantu watched that one all the way in, and it was right there. Did not swing, and there's 1 out in the top of the first inning. Rivets and Growlers just getting underway, and here's Phil Matulia. Matulia, the junior from Louisiana Tech, was particularly excited about wearing these uniforms. I asked him about it before the game, and I was walking past him in the locker room, and he had a big, bright smile on his face. He was excited to sport the Rockford Peaches brand today. Lefty on lefty in the first pitch to him. Fastball runs inside, 1-0. Dunkelberger with a fastball at 89 to 85 miles per hour. A curveball and changeup to complement. Standing at about 5'11" on the mound. Here's the 1-0. Check swing, foul ball back to the screen, and it's 1-1. And if I'm not mistaken, Matulia's long blonde hair is fashioned into ponytails. I suppose paying homage to the Rockford Peaches there as well. Here's the kick in the 1-1. Fastball tapped on the ground to shortstop, gobbled up by Luke Lito, and he tosses to first base in time. It's a hard hit ball to the opposite field, but right at the shortstop, Lito. And it's 2 up, 2 down in the Rockford top half of the first. Rivets and Growlers scoreless. Bases empty for Brian Fuentes, the redshirt freshman from Indiana State. Fuentes batting .185, but he's got an on-base percentage of .379. 2 home runs and 11 RBIs. Rivets' first right-handed batter of the night watches the first pitch, and it misses outside, 1-0. Rivets manager JT Scarra not exactly going with the on-base percentage order lineup tonight, but loosely he averaged or ordered the Rivets batters in their order of on-base percentage, and Fuentes swings in the next pitch and fouls it back. It's 1-1. Fuentes riding a 6-game on-base streak, but he does not have a multi-hit game since June. Here's the 1-1. Fastball misses high and outside, 2-1. Matthew Metcalf umpired the first game of this 4-game series back on Wednesday night, and he had a very tight strike zone. Looks to be the same tonight. 2-1, breaking ball catches the back door. It's 2-2. If you ask me, it's one of the better zones that the Rivets and Growlers have seen so far this summer. Fuentes waves the bat around and brings it up to his shoulder. Here's the 2-2 offering. Swung on and foul, tipped back to the screen. We'll do it again. But the issue with tight strike zones in collegiate summer ball is these pitchers walk a lot of batters. A lot of talent in the Northwoods League, but a lot of college pitchers have struggled with command as velocities continue to increase. Here's the wind and another 2-2. A tapper foul up the third base side, and we'll have another 2-2 offering. Dunkelberger's velocity not outrageous. Earlier in this series, the Rivets faced Braden Forsythe, whose fastball topped out at 95. 2-2 fastball misses inside, and the count is full on the Rivets' 3-batter. Fuentes has a keen eye for the zone. 28 walks so far this summer. Puts together a lot of good at-bats despite his low batting average. Payoff pitch, a cut and a foul tip back to the screen, and we'll have another. After Dunkelberger delivered that pitch, he tapped his chest as if to say, "That's on me." Perhaps he and Devin Burks, the catcher, got crossed up there. Not all that risky with nobody on base. Dunkelberger has the sign, kicks and delivers another payoff pitch, and a curveball misses a hair outside. And Brian Fuentes draws a 2-out walk in the top of the first inning. It's the Rivets' first base runner. Rockford and Kalamazoo just getting underway on a league of their own night. And here's the Rivets' 4th batter tonight, Wade Elliott. Elliott, the sophomore, committed to Louisiana Tech. He's been starting to come out of a midseason slump, and the first pitch to him, a fastball that misses low, 1-0. Elliott is 6 for his last 19. He's got an RBI in back-to-back games, including the Rivets' only RBI in an 11-1 loss last night. Left-handed pitcher, right-handed batter. Dunkelberger comes set and throws over to Fuentes at first base. He's back safely. Brett Barrera holding him on over there. Fuentes not having to get his white jersey dirty yet. Takes a 4-step lead, and here's the 1-0 to Elliott. Swung on and popped up into the first base grandstand. That bounces in an empty roll, right up to some other fans in a row behind that empty row. So it's 1-1. Elliott's slump more mental than physical, he tells me. He's working through some kinks in his swing, and that's always hard to do while you're playing every day. 1-1, cut on and missed. A big swing from Elliott, and it's 1-2. Dunkelberger taxed for 19 pitches so far here in this first. He holds the baseball behind his back, brings the hands together at the chest, and fires the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball laced into shallow center field. TJ Williams takes a few steps in, settles under it and makes the grab to end the inning. The Rivets strand Brian Fuentes on first base after a 2-out walk, and the score holds 0-0 after a half inning on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Bottom of the first inning in Kalamazoo. Rivets and Growlers scoreless after the Rivets strand Brian Fuentes on first base in the top of the first inning, and Noah DeLuga takes the ball for the Rockford Rivets against the Growlers today, re-entering the starting rotation after about a week or so out of it. After some mighty struggles to begin the season, he's got an ERA of 11.45. He delivers the first pitch to TJ Williams. In there for a called strike, a fastball splitting the plate at 90 miles per hour. TJ Williams, the freshman from Notre Dame, batting .263 with 3 home runs. Lefty to righty, the 0-1. Fastball tails too far outside there, and it's 1-1. DeLuga, the freshman from Minnesota, a second-year Rockford Rivet. He winds and fires the 1-1 pitch, swung on and fouled straight back. It's 1-2. Williams was not in the lineup for game 2 yesterday, but he was in game 1. He had a double and a run scored. Here's the 1-2 offering. Fastball hit him on the top of the shoe. DeLuga tried to go inside and didn't work out. So the Growlers have the leadoff man on in the bottom of the first inning. Rivets in Kalamazoo scoreless. And here is Damon Lux, who is a Rockford Rivets killer. Lux standing at 6'2", 205 pounds. Redshirt sophomore from Duke. Is riding an 11-game on-base streak, and he's got 3 home runs this summer, all against Rockford. Left-handed pitcher, right-handed batter in the first pitch. Fastball dots the inside corner. 0-1. Lux with 14 RBIs, batting just .236, but that'll play in today's game. Kalamazoo hitting .239 as a team. DeLuga sets at the belt and comes home with the 0-1. Cut and a foul back. It's 0-2. A quick out would go a long way for DeLuga, who in his last start against Fond du Lac on July 5th had a very poor outing. He went just 1 2/3, surrendering 6 earned runs, all in the second inning. 4 walks for DeLuga, was a big issue there, in addition to 6 hits allowed. Lux adjusts his navy blue batting helmet with his yellow Kalamazoo Lassies jersey, and the 0-2 offering misses below the knees. 1-0. Looked like DeLuga went to the fastball there, couldn't locate it inside of home plate umpire Matthew Metcalf's zone. So it's 1-2. DeLuga gazes in for the sign, shakes off McGill. Now he nods. Comes set. Here's the 1-2 offering. Swung on, pop fly behind second base, and Jared Cushing backpedals into center field and makes the catch for out number 1. Scored a P4. TJ Williams remains on first base, and here's Nolan McCarthy in a scoreless ball game in the bottom of the first inning. McCarthy, the freshman from Kentucky. Also did not play in game 2 yesterday, but he played in game 1 and went 1 for 3 with a single. 8 righties in this lineup against the lefty Noah DeLuga. McCarthy is one of them, and the first pitch to him. Swung on and popped foul up the first base line, out of play, 0-1. DeLuga's fastballs have been right around the zone. He hasn't shown us that he can command the breaking ball tonight quite yet, but it's a good sign that the fastball is there. DeLuga nods at Grant McGill, comes set in a closed stance from the right side of the rubber and steps towards first base and throws the check on TJ Williams. He's back safely. Williams with 4 stolen bags so far this summer. He's patrolling center field today, so you imagine he's got good speed. Takes a 4-step lead, being held on by Fuentes. And here's the 0-1 offering. A cut and a foul ball off to the right side, out of play, and it's 0-2. DeLuga adjusts his white pants with his white Rockford Peaches uniform. Climbs back on the rubber. Rivets middle infield at double play depth. Josue Urdaneta at shortstop and Jared Cushing at second base. Here's the kick in the 0-2. He offers and fouls it back. McCarthy stays alive. Looked like that one almost stayed in the glove of Grant McGill. It did not. So McCarthy with new life. There's a high fastball there from DeLuga. McCarthy taps the plate twice. Settles into a closed batting stance from the right side. Here's another 0-2 pitch. Misses high and outside. 1-2. Yesterday in the Rivets' 11-1 loss in game 2, Ryan Green delivered 10 straight balls to start his night and then gave up a grand slam to set the tone for the rest of the night. DeLuga throws over to first base again, and Williams is in without a slide. Rockford has allowed 104 runs in the first 2 innings of games this season. DeLuga responsible for a handful of those runs. He comes set, takes a breath, and throws over to first again. This time Williams gets the uniform dirty. Dives in there safely. Still 1-2. McCarthy digs his back cleat into a wet right-handed batter's box. Gazes out at DeLuga, and another 1-2 pitch. It misses outside, and it's 2-2. So a long delay in between pitches as DeLuga threw 2 consecutive pickoff throws. Maybe that had something to do with that miss. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the 2-2. Swung on and chopped to shortstop. Urdaneta gloves it, throws the second for 1. The relay on to first in time. It's a 6-4-3 pitcher's best friend to end the first inning. Noah DeLuga keeps the Growlers off the scoreboard in the first, and after 1, we're scoreless on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Rivets 0, Growlers 0 in the top of the second inning on All-American Girls Professional Baseball Appreciation Night in Kalamazoo. So the Rivets dressed as the Rockford Peaches, famous from the movie A League of Their Own. The fans have come out to see these two teams dressed in different uniforms despite the poor conditions, a cool and rainy day in Southwest Michigan. It'll be 5, 6, 7 due up for the Rivets against Michael Dunkelberger. And the first pitch to Jared Cushing is a fastball that catches the inside corner. It's 0-1. Cushing had a 7-game hit streak broken last night. He's had a few long on-base streaks so far this summer. The kick in the 0-1. Off speed, misses high and outside, 1-1. One of which stretched to 23 games before it was broken thanks to a pinch hit strikeout in a game earlier this month. The lefty Dunkelberger fires the 1-1. Fastball dots the inside corner. Cushing tilts his head at the call, but it's 1-2. And I broke the news to him about that after the game or at batting practice the next day, and he said, "Really? That snapped my on-base streak?" Here's the 1-2. Fastball chopped down to third base. Geloff fields and throws across the diamond, and Barrera had to come off the bag for the throw, so Cushing is safe at first base. It was a routine play for Geloff on a slow roller, so that'll be ruled an E5, and Cushing is aboard to start the top of the second inning. Rivets and Growlers scoreless. Game 4 of a 4-game, 3-day series. Cushing with 3 stolen bases throughout this summer. Good speed for his 6'3" frame. He'll be held on by Barrera. As Tommy Benson, the switch hitter, batting from the right side, climbs in the right-handed batter's box. First pitch from Dunkelberger. Fastball misses high and outside, 1-0. Benson, the redshirt freshman from Triton, has struggled in his last few games after a torrid start to the season in his first week in Rockford. He's 0 for his last 9 in his last 2 games, but he's reached in 10 of 12. Coming to the Rivets from the MLB Draft League. The 1-0, cut on and missed on a fastball tailing away from the righty, 1-1. Benson has power from both sides of the plate, but he is much more comfortable from the right side. Sometimes he'll take at-bats from the right side against right-handed pitchers. Dunkelberger sets at the letters and throws over to Brett Barrera, holding on Cushing. He dives in safely. Dunkelberger holds the baseball behind his back, nods at the catcher Burks, and throws over to first base again. Cushing with a head-first slide. Barrera tries the hidden ball trick, fakes a throw back to Dunkelberger, and Cushing doesn't leave the bag. Now he takes his lead as Dunkelberger climbs back on the rubber. He brings the leather to the letters, and the 1-1 offering. Slapped foul just below the first base grandstand, and it's 1-2. The lights have been flipped on to start the ball game at Homer Stryker Field. The wind is blowing out today, so maybe that favors the hitters, counteracting all the moisture in the air. The wind has blown in over the last few days. Here's the 1-2. A swing and a miss, strike 3. Tommy Benson is retired on strikes for the first out of the top of the second inning. Cushing remains on first. Rivets and Growlers scoreless, and here's Johannes Hawkinson, the junior from Concordia, Wisconsin. Hawkinson riding an 8-game on-base streak despite a 158 batting average. He had a line drive single in last night's second game of the doubleheader. Another check on Cushing. He dives back safely. I'm not entirely sure why Dunkelberger is thrown over so many times to check on Cushing. He's not been very far from the bag. Now he takes an extra step as Dunkelberger comes set and now delivers the first pitch. Fastball misses outside, 1-0. Dunkelberger licks the fingers and stretches out his arms before putting his back foot back on the rubber. He's got 2 strikeouts so far. Rivets have struggled with strikeouts this series. And the 1-0, swing and a miss from Hawkinson. It's 1-1. In game 1 of the doubleheader yesterday, the Rivets struck out 8 times against Braden Forsythe, a hard-throwing starting pitcher. 1-1 offering. Fastball misses a hair outside off the black. And it's 2 balls and a strike on the speedster center fielder for Rockford. Hawkinson sporting rolled up white pants with his burgundy colored socks. Rockford Peaches colors for the Rivets tonight. Right-handed batter, left-handed pitcher. Here's the 2-1. Fastball outside again, and it's 3-1. Although the Rivets' black batting helmets don't match their Rockford Peaches uniforms, a lot of their bats do. A lot of the Rivets' Rawlings maple bats are painted a shade of burgundy that go very nicely with the uniforms. 3-1 offering, big hack and a miss. And the count is full. Hawkinson got a pitch to hit there. Fastball at 85 down the heart. And now he'll have to battle in a full count. Hawkinson an even 7 walks to 7 strikeouts. And you guessed it, another throw over to Cushing. He heads back to first base as the Will Ferrell Saturday Night Live Get on the Bag sketch plays on the video board. That is a funny skit. 3-2, runner goes, pitch misses outside, so Cushing slides into second for no real reason as Johannes Hawkinson draws a walk. Second walk of the night issued by Michael Dunkelberger, and the Rivets are threatening in the top of the second inning. 2-on-1 out for Grant McGill, the redshirt freshman from Indiana State. We're scoreless here in the second frame, but McGill has an opportunity to change that. He's got 12 RBIs this summer. McGill, a streaky hitter in the Northwoods League. He's 0 for his last 10 after he recorded back-to-back 3-hit games. Left-handed pitcher, right-handed batter. And the first offering. Fastball misses above the letters, 1 ball and no strikes. McGill has a decent amount of pop from the right side and has yet to belt a home run this summer. Did not homer this spring for the Indiana State Sycamores as they made a run to NCAA Regionals. McGill takes some check swings, waiting for the 1-0, and it's on the way. Breaker misses at the knees on the inside corner. 2 balls and no strikes. McGill with a patient approach so far this at-bat. He might as well be, considering Dunkelberger's struggles here in the top of the second. McGill rests the bat on his shoulder, waving it back and forth, and the 2-0 pitch, a hack and a miss on a high fastball. And it's 2 balls and a strike. Scanning the crowd, a good audience on hand. The Growlers average 1,600 fans a game. Good for 5th in the Northwoods League. Dunkelberger gets the sign, sets at the chest, and throws the 2-1. Line drive up the middle, and it's fielded by Lito. He flips to second for 1. The relay, the stretch from Barrera. He was off the bag. Grant McGill reaches on a fielder's choice as Jared Cushing moves up to third, and there's runners on the corners with 2 down.
Now to play to shortstop number 3, Jose Ferdinand.
McGill hit that one pretty hard, but Luke Lito with good range at shortstop, able to get at least 1 out of it, and he cuts down Johannes Hawkinson at second. Josue Urdaneta climbs in the box now with 2 down. Rivets and Growlers scoreless in the second inning, and the first pitch to him, fastball high and outside to the 5'9" middle infielder, 1-0. Urdaneta started the summer. It's primarily a second baseman for Rivets manager JT Scara, and since he's shifted primarily to shortstop. It's tough to pitch to, small frame. 1-0 offering in there for a called strike one. Change up at 82 miles per hour. Urdaneta has been a good contact hitter, but his average doesn't show it. 207. He's been on the schneid lately. 2 for his last 15. Rivets have lost 5 of 6. 1-1. Fastball misses down and outside. 2 balls and a strike. Generally, when the Rivets have been good, Urdaneta has also been good. When the Rivets have been bad, so is Urdaneta. Brings a lot of energy to the Rivets clubhouse. Here's the kick in the 2-1. Cut and a miss on a pitch on the outside corner. It was inside the zone, so it's 2-2. Urdaneta with 9 RBIs. Chance to get to double digits here with Jared Cushing on third base. He started the inning by reaching on an error. Grant McGill on first base after a fielder's choice. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. A breaking ball from Dunkelberger fools Urdaneta in the dirt, and the inning is over. The Rivets strand runners on the corners, and after 1.5, it's Rivets 0, Growlers 0 on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Scoreless ball game in the bottom of the second inning at Homer Stryker Field in Kalamazoo between the Rockford Rivets and Kalamazoo Growlers. 12th game of the second half for both these squads, and they're both tied for 4th place in the Great Lakes East at 4-7 in the half. The winner of the second half gets a playoff spot in the Northwoods League postseason come August. And these squads are both 3 games back of that playoff spot after tough first halves. But hope springs eternal in the second half, but the Rivets need to get the train back on the tracks if they want to have a shot. They've lost 5 of 6 games, including 4 of 5 on the road here in the second half. Noah DeLuga back out for a second inning of work. After facing the minimum in the first, he'll face 4, 5, 6, starting with Jake Geloff, the freshman from Virginia, who did some damage against Rockford yesterday. DeLuga winds and delivers the first pitch. Misses outside, 1-0. Fastball at 85 there. Geloff batting .349, and he hit a 2-run home run in the second inning yesterday in the nightcap. 1-0, misses outside again. Essentially an identical pitch, and it's 2-0. Geloff with an open batting stance against the lefty DeLuga. Here's the 2-0. Breaking ball misses outside, a little closer that time, but no dice. 3 balls and no strikes. DeLuga has struggled with walks all year long. We'll see if he can come back here. And the 3-0 misses further outside and gets all the way to the backstop. And it's a 4-pitch walk issued to Jake Geloff to start the bottom of the second inning. The Rivets stranded runners on the corners in their half of the second inning. And we'll see if DeLuga can keep the Growlers off the scoreboard once more in the bottom of the second. David Coppage, the freshman from Virginia, climbs in. So back-to-back Virginia Cavaliers in this Growlers order. Coppage batting .294, and the first pitch from the lefty DeLuga swung on and shot foul out of the stadium above the first base grandstand. It's 0-1. Encouraging sign for DeLuga to find the zone there. Who gave up 6 runs in the second inning of his last start on July 5th. 1-0. Fastball paints the outside corner, taken for a called strike 2. Coppage with 13 runs batted in this summer. On-base percentage of .381, something that the Growlers are strong in. 0-2, cut on and missed. Strike 3. It's the first strikeout for Noah DeLuga, and there's one away in the bottom of the second inning. Geloff remains on first base. And here's Brett Barrera in a scoreless ball game. DeLuga not necessarily a strikeout guy, but he's got that stuff. If he can get it going, he can fool you. Good change of pace between a fastball in the high 80s, as well as a slider and a changeup. He comes set at the belt and deals the first pitch to Barrera. Fastball at the knees, taken for a called strike 1. Geloff being held on at first base by Brian Fuentes. Not a threat to steal. Barrera sporting Cardinal red batting gloves. Long pause from DeLuga and the 0-1. Another fastball, that time it misses well below the knees, taken for ball 1. It's 1-1. Barrera is a Stanford Cardinal. Freshman at Stanford. DeLuga sets at the belt and delivers the 1-1. It's swung on and chopped down to third base, and Wade Elliott can't backhand it. It's into left field. Josue Urdaneta ranges all the way out there to pick it up, and that'll be an error on Wade Elliott. Jake Geloff moves up to second base. Could have been a double play ball, but instead the inning continues for Devin Burks. Rockford and Kalamazoo scoreless in the bottom of the second inning. Yesterday's doubleheader sweep for Kalamazoo, we saw a pitcher's duel in game 1 and a Growlers blowout in game 2. Rivets hoping that they can have something more like that pitcher's duel. First pitch to the righty, Burks. Fastball tails too far outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Burks a .208 batter, but he's got 3 long balls this summer. Good power as a catcher. Here's the 1-0. Breaking ball misses way outside. Grant McGill leaping out of his crouch. It's 2-0. DeLuga paces around the mound a little bit, trying to settle in. Adjusts his burgundy cap. Rivets in their Rockford Peaches uniforms tonight as Kalamazoo sports the Kalamazoo Lassies get-ups. Time is called as DeLuga didn't notice, and he started into his delivery as Burks was out of the box, and DeLuga looked home, and all of a sudden Burks was out of the box, so he stopped his delivery. 2 balls, no strikes. Runners on first and second, and the pitch. Fastball misses outside, it's 3-0. There's a base open with Luke Lido waiting on deck. Rockford struggled, allowing 4 home runs in last night's second game. 3-0. Fastball misses inside, and that's ball 4. Jake Geloff moves to third base. Brett Barrera up to second. Devin Burks on first, so the bags are juiced for Luke Lido. Here comes Rivets manager JT Scara to have a talk with DeLuga. He knows that this can go south fast. The Rivets faced a bases loaded situation in the first inning yesterday, and Ryan Green, the Rivets starter, allowed a grand slam to Henry Gargis, and that set the tone for the rest of the contest. Scara, with a brief meeting, starts to make his way off the mound and then stops and turns back to say something to DeLuga. And now the infield has broken up and headed back to its respective positions. The one thing that favors DeLuga here with the bases loaded is that Lido is the lone lefty in the Kalamazoo Lassies order tonight. High school senior from LSU, committed to LSU, I should say. Native of Portage, Michigan. Just down the road from Kalamazoo. We'll see if the hometown kid can be a hero. Bags loaded, and the first pitch in there for a called strike with a fastball. Scoreless between Rockford and the Growlers. A ground ball could end the inning. Here's the kick in the 0-1. Cut and a miss on a breaking ball that fell off the table. And it's quickly 0-2. Good pitch from DeLuga, not too hittable, but it fooled Lido. He's well ahead after a 4-pitch walk to Devin Burks. He sets at the belt and fires the 0-2 pitch. Fastball misses high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The 9-batter Cooper Doman waits on deck. He's a light hitter at 104. So if you can retire Lido on strikes here, you may be in a good spot. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball outside the zone, and Lido is retired for out number 2. A big strikeout for the freshman from Minnesota as Cooper Doman strides the plate with the bases still loaded. Growlers with an opportunity to strike first. And we'll see if their wraparound batter can come through. Doman, the freshman from Chattahoochee Valley Community College. He's got 5 RBIs and no long balls this summer. Left-handed pitcher, right-handed batter in the first offering. Fastball misses the inside corner, 1-0. DeLuga is so much better when he works out in front of batters like he did against Luke Lido. And he struggled tonight and all season long when he's fallen behind. He sets at the belt and delivers the 1-0 pitch. Fastball misses inside again. He claps his hands together after that miss, and it's 2-0. DeLuga kicks some dirt around the mound. Gazes in for the sign. Rockford looking to avert more second inning trouble. They've allowed 104 runs in the first 2 innings this season. The set and the 2-0 pitch. Misses outside, nowhere to put Cooper Doman. It's 3-0. Doman with a hefty build in the right-handed batter's box. 6'3", 235 pounds. Here's DeLuga's 3-0. Fastball splits the plate, taken for a called strike 1. Doman watching that one all the way in there. 3 balls and a strike. Now it's really a hitter's count. DeLuga needs to make a great pitch here. Doman in a closed batting stance from the right side. He calls time. DeLuga throws anyways and delivers a fastball right down the chute, but that doesn't mean anything. Still 3-1. With DeLuga's luck, he may issue ball 4 here. He comes set above the belt, brings the glove down below the belt. Here's the 3-1. Swung on and tapped foul into the Rivets dugout, and the count is full. Jake Geloff on third base after a leadoff walk. Brett Barrera on second, following an error on the third baseman Wade Elliott. And Devin Burks is off the first base bag, not being held on after a walk himself. Bases juice for Doman. Here's the payoff pitch. Swinging a chopper up the middle. Urdaneta gloves it and throws to first in time, and the inning is over. Noah DeLuga struts off the mound quickly as he gets out of a jam in the second inning, stranding the bases loaded, and we're still scoreless after 2 on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Top of the third inning at Homer Stryker Field in Kalamazoo, Michigan. The Rockford Rivets, also known as the Rockford Peaches tonight, in a scoreless tie with the Kalamazoo Growlers, known as the Lassies tonight. Both teams wearing special All-American Girls Professional Baseball Association uniforms. Rivets in all white and burgundy uniforms, and Growlers in gold and gray. First pitch to Daniel Cantu in the third inning, a breaking ball drops low and outside, 1-0. Cantu, the leadoff man, struck out looking his first time. One of 2 lefty-on-lefty matchups for Michael Dunkelberger. He fires the 1-0. Fastball laced into shallow left. McCarthy comes on and makes the grab on the sinking liner. And that's the first out of the top of the third. Rockford and Kalamazoo scoreless. This is one of the cooler tribute nights that you will see across the Northwoods League. Both Rockford and Kalamazoo hosted All-American Girls Professional Baseball Association teams back in the day. Rockford famous for the Rockford Peaches. Kalamazoo's Lassies a little lesser known. Phil Matulia climbs in 0 for 1 in the first pitch to him. A fastball misses down and outside. 1-0. Matulia grounded out sharply to the shortstop Luke Lido in the first inning. Matulia was especially enthusiastic about these uniforms. Here's the 1-0 delivery. Swinging a slow ground ball to second base. Coppage charges, gloves, throws sidearm, and Barrera drops it at first base. Matulia is safe on the error at first base. The Rivets reach for the second consecutive inning on an error. The third baseman, Jake Geloff, committed a throwing error in the second inning. And now the first baseman, Barrera, drops the ball on a short throw from David Coppage. And Matulia is aboard with one out. Cody Pachaki is going to come out of the dugout and argue this one on behalf of Kalamazoo. And I think he's going to argue that Phil Matulia did not touch first base. It looked to me like Matulia touched first base. A pretty routine drop there from Barrera, if there is such a thing. And so that argument is brief. Pachaki back into that first base dugout for the Growlers, and Brian Fuentes will climb in the right-handed batter's box. Rockford and Kalamazoo scoreless in the top of the third inning. Growlers stranding, the bases loaded in the bottom of the second against Noah DeLuga. Left-handed pitcher, right-handed batter, and the first pitch to Fuentes. Fastball misses upstairs, 1-0. Phil Matulia in his Rockford Peaches uniform and pigtails today takes his lead off of first base, being held on by Barrera. Dunkelberger gives him a look and fires, and it's a swing and a miss from Fuentes. That makes the count 1-1. Fastball on the outer half. Good pitch from Dunkelberger, well located. He gazes in for the sign from Devin Burks, the backstop. Comes set and tosses the 1-1. Breaking ball, this time hammered into center field, high in the air, sends TJ Williams backpedaling, and he settles under the big league pop fly and gloves it for out number 2. So a loud second out. In the top of the third inning, Matulia retreats back to first base, and the inning falls into the hands of Wade Elliott, the sophomore committed to Louisiana Tech. Peaches 0, Lassie's 0. That would be Rockford and Kalamazoo. Wade Elliott climbs in the right side, 0 for 1 with a fly out to center field. Dunkelberger steps and throws over to check on Phil Matulia. He's back without a dive. As the get on the bag skid is once again employed on the video board. Here's the first pitch to Elliott. Swing and a miss. Hard swing from Elliott, 0-1. If you've never seen that skit, I implore you to look it up. Get on the bag, Michael, I think is what it's titled, and Will Ferrell plays an aggressive Little League father. Matulia takes off, and Dunkelberger throws over to first base, and now he's caught in no man's land. Luke Lito chases him back, and Brett Barrera gets the throw and tags Matulia out. Matulia is arguing that he wasn't tagged, but Rex Engstrand sticks his head out and snarkily tells him otherwise, and the inning comes to an end. Michael Dunkelberger works the minimum in the third inning, and we're still scoreless after 2.5 from Homer Stryker Field on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Rockford Rivets and Kalamazoo Growlers in a scoreless tie, headed to the bottom of the third at Homer Stryker Field in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Great Lakes East rivals tied at 4-7 in fourth place in the division in the second half. So these squads jockeying for position in the middle of the standings, trailing the first place Jackrabbits by 3 games apiece. Noah DeLuga out for his third inning of work. He'll face the top of the order, starting with TJ Williams. 8 righties and 1 lefty against the lefty DeLuga. And the first pitch to Williams. Fastball dots the lower outside corner, misses down and away. It's 1-0. Williams was hit with a pitch back in the first inning and was cut down at second base on a double play. The 1-0 offered at and missed on a breaker inside. A nice pitch from DeLuga. Williams thought it was going to be out over the heart, broke inside, and it's 1-1. DeLuga has looked sharp tonight. He struggled this season with an ERA over 11. The kick in the 1-1. Breaking ball bounces. Grant McGill can't field it cleanly. Doesn't matter with nobody on first base. The count is 2 balls and 1 strike. The Kalamazoo juggling first base coach has returned for the third game of 4 in this series. He's juggling bowling pins beside first base right now. Here's the 2-1. Fastball misses low near the shins of Williams, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike. The Growlers proudly claim said juggling first base coach as the only juggling first base coach in the world. 3-1, fastball dots the outside corner, and the count is run full. DeLuga painting the corners so far today. A tight strike zone from home plate umpire Matthew Metcalf, just as we saw in the opening game of this 3-day, 4-game series. Here's the kick and the payoff pitch, swinging a ground ball down the third base line, foul. We'll do it again. As a hitter, especially a right-handed hitter, I would imagine it would be a little distracting to see somebody juggling in your peripheral vision. Blue and green bowling pins flying all over the place. DeLuga has the sign from the catcher McGill. Here comes another payoff. Swung on and popped foul over the screen. And we'll have another 3-2. That one in off the hands of TJ Williams. DeLuga with a fresh baseball on a wet field. It rained most of the day in Kalamazoo, but the field held up quite well. Here's another payoff. Swung on and grounded back to the mound. Bounces off DeLuga's glove. He gathers and throws in time. Good play by DeLuga to knock that one down and keep it in front of him. And he had plenty of time to recover for the 1-3 putout. TJ Williams is the first out of the bottom of the third inning. Bases empty, scoreless, and here's Damon Lux. Lux of no relation to Gavin Lux, the phenom for the Los Angeles Dodgers. He popped out to second base in the first. First pitch to the righty. Breaking ball in there for a called strike. That one catching the lower reaches of the zone. Damon Lux, a Shelbyville, Indiana native with an 11-game on-base streak. Here's the 0-1. Fastball tails too far outside, taken for ball 1. Even at 1 apiece. And now the juggling first base coach has moved to machetes. That's dangerous. The 1-1 swung on and missed on a high fastball up in the zone, 1-2. DeLuga with 2 strikeouts tonight, including 2 in the second inning when he stranded the bases loaded. DeLuga sets at the letters, brings it down to the belt, and the 1-2. Breaking ball misses in the dirt, snared by McGill, and Lux does not give chase, so it's back even at 2 apiece. DeLuga looking in for the sign with the baseball behind his back. Sets and throws the 2-2. Breaking ball hit well into center field. Long run for Johannes Hawkinson. He gets underneath it and makes the grab, trailing towards the center field fence. And that's out number 2. That one got up in the jet stream, but not hit well enough to get out of here. And here's Nolan McCarthy with nobody on and 2 down in the bottom of the 3rd inning. You may hear the crowd getting engaged as the first base coach has now moved to lit torches. Nolan McCarthy, the freshman from Kentucky, is 0 for 1, grounded into a 6-4-3 twin killing in the 1st inning. First pitch, offered and popped down the right field line. Matulia giving chase into foul ground, and he hustles into the Growlers bullpen, and that one bounces into the concourse for a loud strike 1. Nolan McCarthy, one of a few Kentucky Wildcats in this Great Lakes East Division. A 1 from DeLuga. Breaking ball misses low, 1-1. The other one that comes to mind is Kirk Liebert, who was an all-star for the Kenosha Kingfish, 2-year Rockford Rivet. Chase Estep, another former Rockford Rivet playing in Kenosha. Here's the kick in the 1-1. Breaking ball swung on and popped up, foul behind home plate. And it's 1-2. And the wildest thing to me about that Kentucky Wildcats baseball team that also had a former Northwoods leaguer, John Rhodes, a 2020 Fond du Lac Dock Spider picked in this year's draft. There's so much talent on that team, but they don't do well in the SEC. 1-2, swing and a miss on a tailing fastball, and it's a 1-2-3 3rd inning for Noah DeLuga. And the score remains 0-0, headed to the 4th on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Rivets 0, Growlers 0 in the 4th inning in Kalamazoo. Rockford coming up for the top of the 4th, and they'll send up Wade Elliott, Jared Cushing, and Tommy Benson. 4, 5, 6 in the order against Michael Dunkelberger, the lefty, back out for another inning of work. Both left-handed starting pitchers throwing a good ball game so far, despite high ERAs. Dunkelberger entering this one with a mark of 7.94, and he fires the first pitch to Wade Elliott. Slow breaker at 67, misses inside to Elliott. It's 1-0. Wade is 0 for 1 with a fly out to center field. Rivets have lost 5 of their last 6 games, trying to get off the schneid here. The 1-0, fastball tapped down to third base, gloved by Geloff, and he tosses across in time to Brett Barrera at first base to beat Elliott by a wide margin. 5-3 putout is out number 1 in the top of the 4th. Here's Jared Cushing. He's 0 for 1, reached on an error in the 2nd. Rockford and Kalamazoo in a scoreless tie on All-American Girls Professional Baseball Night. The Rivets playing as the Rockford Peaches tonight. Kalamazoo as the Kalamazoo Lassies. First pitch to the righty, Cushing. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball that dropped out of the zone. Cushing drops to a knee and hops up out of the crouch. 0-1. After the game, these uniforms are going to get auctioned off for charity. Here's the kick in the 0-1. Fastball in there for a called strike. It's 0-2. The Rivets in all white uniforms despite being the road team in this matchup with a Rockford Peaches seal on the center of the chest with printed buttons off center on the right side of the uniform. Similar setup for the Growlers. The kick and the 0-2. Swinging a high chopper down to Geloff, and it eats him up. Almost bounded right to Luke Lido at shortstop, but it bounces into left field. And the Rivets have a base runner in the 4th inning. And we'll wait to see how that's scored. That's going to be hit for Jared Cushing. So Cushing now 1 for 2 on 2 ground balls down to Jake Geloff that he couldn't handle. That one was sharply hit. So Cushing gets credit for a base knock there. And here's Tommy Benson with 1 out and a scoreless tie in the top of the 4th inning. Last time Cushing was on first base, Michael Dunkelberger threw over to first about 5 times. We'll see if he does it again. Instead, he delivers the first pitch high and outside to Benson. 1 ball and no strikes. Benson struck out swinging his first time. He's switched up bats since then, so perhaps he's a little superstitious. Benson's now 0 for his last 10, so anything that works for him. Switch hitter from the right side here. Here's the 1-0. Fastball popped up on the infield, now into shallow center field. The second baseman, David Coppage, gives way for the center fielder, TJ Williams, who slaps the leather on it for out number 2. As Ric Flair plays on the video board. It's a common occurrence here at Homer Stryker Field. Rivets and Growlers tied at 0 in the top of the 4th. Cushing remains on first base for Johannes Hawkinson, who walked and was cut down at second base on a fielder's choice in the 2nd. And a pickoff throw over to check on Cushing. He's safe. These special Rockford Peaches and Kalamazoo Lassies uniforms were supposed to have a little extra draw to them, apparently, from what I've been told. First pitch to Hawkinson. Breaking ball misses high and outside, 1-0. Rivets manager JT Scara told me that originally these uniforms were supposed to include skirts. So both teams were going to wear skirts with their normal uniforms. Another check on Cushing. Back without a slide. And I'm not sure I've ever seen anything like that on a baseball field. I think the closest thing that I've seen to skirts would be the Chicago White Sox shorts back in the 80s or 90s. The 1-0 cut on and missed by Hawkinson on a tailing fastball, 1-1. Of course, the All-American Girls Professional Baseball teams wore skirts back in the day with high socks. 1-1, slapped foul by Hawkinson, 1-2. But I really would have been intrigued to see both these teams in skirts. Would have been especially interesting on a wet and cool night like it is here at Homer Stryker Field. Very overcast. It rained most of the day. 1-2 to Hawkinson. Slow swing and a miss, and a throw down to second where nobody's covering. And the throw gets into center field. But guess what? That's out number 3. As Jared Cushing didn't realize it, and he gets all the way to third base and throws up his hands in frustration. All that for nothing. So the Rivets strand Cushing running around the base paths, and we're still scoreless after the top of the 4th on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Bottom of the 4th inning at Homer Stryker Field in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Rivets 0 and Growlers 0 in a pitcher's duel between 2 lefties. Noah DeLuga and Michael Dunkelberger doing battle today. DeLuga, the freshman from Minnesota, was booted from the starting rotation about a week ago, but today he's making a spot start, and boy, has he made the most of it. As he stranded the bases loaded in the 2nd inning, and he has not allowed a hit through 3 innings. He'll face the cleanup batter, Jake Geloff, to start this 4th frame. Geloff, Coppage, and Barrera due up. 4, 5, 6 in the order. Rockford has lost 4 of its last 5, and they're tied with Kalamazoo at 4 and 7 in the second half in the Great Lakes East. In 4th place, 3 games back of the 1st place Jackrabbits. Kicking the first pitch to Geloff, misses downstairs, 1-0. DeLuga up to 56 pitches, not the most efficient. However, the big number that matters is that 0 on the scoreboard. Here's the 1-0. Breaking ball misses low and outside. It was close to the zone. DeLuga frustrated with that call. Exasperated body language as he gets the baseball back. Quickly back to work. He sets and delivers the 2-0. Fastball called strike 1. That one was right down the chute. Geloff kind of shifted his hips out of the batter's box as he watched that one come in. 2 balls and a strike to the freshman from Virginia who walked his first time. Here's the 2-1. That fastball misses inside, downstairs, and it's 3-1. Geloff leads this Growlers team with a .349 batting average. He's also got 3 home runs. Each of the first 4 batters in this Kalamazoo order have 3 home runs. Here's the kick in the 3-1. Fastball misses outside, and it's a leadoff walk issued to Geloff for the 2nd time this game. The last time Geloff drew a leadoff walk, the Growlers would go on to load the bases in the 2nd inning. Geloff would be stranded on 3rd base. Rivets nothing, Growlers nothing, or more accurately, Peaches nothing, Lassies nothing on a league of their own night. And David Coppage, another freshman from Virginia, climbs in the right-handed batter's box. Geloff takes a 4-step lead at first, and the first pitch to Coppage. Fastball tails too far outside, 1-0. DeLuga kicks some dirt off the rubber. It's a moist day in southwestern Michigan. Rain coming down most of the day. It's cleared up, though, just in time for these two teams to wrap up a 4-game series. Here's the 1-0. Fastball outside again, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Coppage struck out swinging for out number 1 in the second inning. One of 3 strikeout victims for Noah DeLuga. He's got the sign and fires the 2-1. That one's hacked on and popped foul into the first base grandstand. For strike 1. 2 balls and a strike. Coppage, one of just 3 batters in this lineup for the Growlers, yet to hit a home run. 2-1. Home run hack and a miss. And it's 2-2. Fastball right down the middle, tempting Coppage. Couldn't get a piece. Now he's on the ropes. Open batting stance, gazing out at DeLuga. DeLuga comes set and comes home with a 2-2. Fastball misses high and outside, and the count has run full. Perhaps DeLuga a little distracted by Jake Geloff dancing around at first base, almost asking DeLuga to throw over. Now Geloff will move up to second base with a walk if DeLuga fires a ball here. And now he throws to first base to check on Geloff. The throw was low. Fuentes leaning to catch that one and slap a tag down on Geloff as he was on first base. No action in the Rivets bullpen quite yet, but a few guys are up and fidgeting with baseballs, maybe getting stretched out. The kick and another throw over, and no slide from Geloff once more. DeLuga wipes some sweat off of his brow and steps back on the right side of the rubber. He fires another payoff pitch, swung on and poked foul. And out of play. Off to the right side. A long at bat between David Coppage and Noah DeLuga, 2 true freshmen. Coppage, the native of Chesterfield, Virginia. Here's the 3-2, misses outside, and that's back-to-back walks to start the Kalamazoo 4th inning. Rockford and the Growlers still scoreless. But once again, DeLuga running into trouble on his own accord. He's yet to allow a hit, but he's walked 4 batters. Here's Brett Barrera, who reached on an error by third baseman Wade Elliott back in the second inning. That eventually led to the bases becoming loaded. Ground ball here would be big for DeLuga, possibly a double play. Wade Elliott, the third baseman, shades a little bit in towards the bag. DeLuga steps off the rubber and now back on. The freshman from Stanford, Barrera has 2 home runs and 7 RBIs. Lefty on righty in the first pitch. Fastball misses outside, 1-0. Big crowd on hand on a special night in Kalamazoo, paying tribute to the Rockford Peaches and Kalamazoo Lassies. Here's the 1-0. Fastball misses outside, and it's 2-0. And now Grant McGill is going to make the slow walk to the mound and chat with DeLuga. And Josue Urdaneta, the shortstop, is going to come in as well. 2 guys maybe trying to raise DeLuga's spirits or maybe tell him something about his mechanics. It's hard to tweak mechanics in the middle of a baseball game. All you can do is maybe provide your pitcher with a few mental notes. It's a little bit like a golf swing, right? You're out on the golf course and chances are you're not going to make any swing changes as you're on hole number 6. It's too late for swing mechanic changes, and with runners on first and second and nobody out here in the bottom of the 4th inning, it's too late for DeLuga to change anything major. He kicks and fires the 2-0, and a fastball misses down and outside, and it's 3 balls and no strikes. First base is open. You don't want to face a bases loaded, no out situation against Devin Burks. He waits on deck. He's a guy with home run power. DeLuga kicks and delivers the 3-0. It misses down and in, and the bases are loaded, all on walks with no outs in the bottom of the 4th inning. Boy, does this spell trouble. We'll see if DeLuga can avert another crisis with the bases loaded. He faced a similar situation in the 2nd, only he had 1 out under his belt. Here, no such privilege. Devin Burks, the freshman from Kentucky, climbs in. A 208 batter with 3 long balls and 14 RBIs. DeLuga quickly to work. Here's the first pitch. Fastball misses below the shins, 1-0. Now some stretching going on down the left field line in the Rivets bullpen. Here's the 1-0. Swinging a line drive up the middle, past the reach of Josue Urdaneta into center field. Jake Geloff comes in to score. Coppage was being sent and slipped around third base, so he stops there. And it's an RBI single from Devin Burks to get the scoring started. It's 1-0 Kalamazoo in the bottom of the 4th. So maybe the slippery grass, helping out the Rivets there. Bases remain loaded for Luke Lido, the only lefty in this Growlers order. Lido struck out swinging in the 2nd inning. Strikeout here would be big. First pitch, big hack and a miss. 0-1. Lido was thinking 315 feet down the right field line there. The high school senior committed to LSU without a long ball this summer. Was once a highly touted draft prospect, but did not go in this year's draft. The 0-1 misses in the dirt, corralled by McGill to maybe save a run, and it's 1-1. The righty's getting loose for the Rivets down the left field line. We'll get an ID on him here shortly. 1-1 to Lido. Another swing and miss on a changeup on the outer half. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bases still loaded. 1 run already in on an RBI single from Devin Burks. He stands on first. David Coppage on third base. Brett Barrera on second. And the 1-2 to Luke Lido. Breaking ball, check swing. Did he go? No swing, says the third base umpire Connor McKenzie, who stands behind the pitcher's mound. Not sure he has a better look at that check swing than we do. Probably a good call on his part to say that Lido did not go around. DeLuga has the sign. Fires the 2-2. Another breaking ball, another ball down and outside. And the count is full. Nowhere to put Luke Lido. Bases jammed. This at-bat has gone as far as it can go. Here's the set and the payoff. Swing and a miss. He got him. And Luke Lido makes the dejected walk back to the first base dugout. And he is just out number 1 in the bottom of the 4th inning. Growlers lead 1-0 on an RBI single from Devin Burks. Bases still loaded for Cooper Doman. And this is where you need to get the outs if you're Noah DeLuga. You got to retire the batters at the bottom of the order. Leadoff man TJ Williams waiting on deck. Left-handed pitcher, right-handed batter in the first pitch. Swung on and popped foul Out of play, 0-1. Tanner Mink, a right-hander from South Florida, is warming in the Rivets bullpen. DeLuga at 25 pitches in the inning, up to 80 on the outing. This will likely be his last inning of work, even if he stays below 35. The kick in the 0-1. Fastball swung on and shot foul. It's quickly 0-2. Can DeLuga get back-to-back strikeouts? Young fans in attendance getting fired up. DeLuga gazes in for the sign. Doman settles into his batting stance. Here's the 0-2. Fastball way outside. Grant McGill using the full reach of his left arm to snare it. 1-2. Wind blowing out ever so slightly to center field. This could be a turning point in this game. Bases loaded, 1 out. Doman 0 for 1. Here's the 1-2. Chopper down to third base, foul. We'll do it again. Doman, the right-handed batter, built like a brick house. Swinging to contact. The juggling first base coach, now off the field, has moved in front of the home plate grandstand, and that's the cheering you hear. Doman takes some half swings. DeLuga sets at the chest and comes home with another 1-2. Popped foul again. We will have yet another 1-2 offering. DeLuga with a fresh baseball. He adjusts his burgundy cap. David Coppage on third. Brett Barrera on second. Devin Burks on first base. The Rivets have lost 4 of 5, including an 11-1 defeat in Game 2 of a doubleheader last night. The kick in the 1-2, swung on and popped up. On the infield, Jared Cushing, the second baseman, ranges into right and makes the play for out number 2. DeLuga is an out away from allowing just 1 run in a bases loaded, no out situation. But he'll have to do it against the leadoff batter, TJ Williams. Growlers lead at 1-0. Devin Burks coming through with an RBI knock. Williams is 0 for 1. He was hit with a pitch in his first at-bat and tapped out back to DeLuga his last time. Right-handed batter, left-handed pitcher. DeLuga fires. Fastball misses in the left-handed batter's box, 1-0. DeLuga at 31 pitches for the inning. 86 for the day. He's surrendered just 1 hit, but his kryptonite, 5 walks. His 1-0. Breaking ball high and outside, 2 balls, no strikes. DeLuga claps in frustration and holds his arm up as he receives the ball back from Grant McGill. Wipes his left hand on his pants and looks in for the sign. No runners being held. Here's the 2-0. Swinging a line drive into left field right at Daniel Cantu. He takes a step out and comes in and makes the grab to end the inning. Noah DeLuga gets out of it in 33 pitches and strands the bases loaded. Just 1 run comes in after DeLuga loaded the bags with no outs. It's 1-0 Growlers after 4 on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Kalamazoo 1, Rockford nothing. Heading to the top of the 5th inning. The story in this one, just one hit for both sides, but the one hit for Kalamazoo was a little bigger than Rockford's one hit. Bases loaded single by Devin Burks. And the bottom of the 4th is the difference right now, but Noah DeLuga with masterful work to strand the bases loaded after loading them with no outs. Rivets will try to get the run back, starting with Grant McGill, the 8th batter against the lefty Dunkelberger, in the first pitch in there for a called strike. Fastball on the inside corner, 0-1. Tanner Mink has stopped throwing in the Rivets bullpen. Curious as to whether or not DeLuga will come back out for the 5th. It's a possibility. Grant McGill 0 for 1 with the fielder's choice. Here's the 0-1 to him. Breaking ball misses down and in. McGill thought about going around, laid off, and it's 1-1. Rockford has lost 5 of 6 games and 4 of 5 road games here in the second half. Here's the 1-1. Fastball high and outside, taken for ball 2. Rivets and Growlers playing the 10th game of 12 so far this season. Here's the kick and the 2-1. Swing and a miss on a changeup up in the zone. Dunkelberger pulled the string on McGill. 2-2. This game, or this series I should say, has been particularly strenuous on both sides, but especially for the Rivets. 2-2. McGill lays off a fastball outside and the count is full. Rivets taking game 1 of the series on Wednesday night, 8-1, but then they lost both games of a doubleheader that started at 11 a.m. in the Eastern time zone yesterday. So they want to get back in the win column tonight. 3-2 skied into shallow center. The second baseman, David Coppage, ranges into the shallow outfield and makes the one-handed grab for out number 1 in the top of the 5th. Growlers 1, Rivets nothing, and here's Josue Urdaneta. Josue 0 for 1 with a swinging strikeout, a switch hitter that's been batting from the right side primarily. And I asked him about that, as Urdaneta is good from both sides of the plate, but he tells me he's more comfortable from the left side. First pitch to him, he squares to bunt, pulls back and watches a called strike on the back door. Breaking ball at 68 miles per hour, 0-1. But Josue has been battling a sore hand. Here's the 0-1, grounded slowly to shortstop. Lito charges, throws sidearm, and the throw gets away from Barrera. Urdaneta takes off for second base, and he's going to make it in there. A tough throw from Lito, but Barrera couldn't handle the throw, and it will be an E6. On the Growlers shortstop. Lots of errors in today's ball game. 4 between these two teams. That is the 3rd on Kalamazoo. And the Rivets have a runner in scoring position for the top of the order in Daniel Cantu. Couldn't have written it up any better. Urdaneta's speed made that play tougher on Lito, who had to rush a little bit as that ball got caught up in the lush infield grass. Urdaneta did not stop, rounding first base, made it to second easily. Here's the first pitch to Daniel Cantu, swinging a ground ball to second base. It hops up nicely for David Coppage, who throws in time to first base for out number 2. Urdaneta up to third base. The Rivets have the tying run 90 feet away, trailing 1-0 in the top of the 5th. And here's Phil Matulia, most dangerous batter in this Rivets order. Rockford's lone hitting all-star will participate in the Northwoods League Home Run Challenge coming up on Monday in Mankato. All-Star break begins Monday, and we're already in the second half of the season. Rivets 4-7, tied with Kalamazoo in the second half in the Great Lakes East. Lefty on lefty, first pitch to Matulia. Swung on and popped up, out of play, 0-1. That one lands on top of the grandstand roof and falls to the ground to the open air concourse. Matulia 0 for 2. Grounded out to shortstop in the first and then reached on an error in the 3rd inning. Bill's got a 7-game on base streak. Here's the 0-1, swung on and lashed foul. 0-2. This is the last game the Rivets will play in Kalamazoo this season. The home teams have dominated this season's series. The Rivets taking all 4 at Rivets Stadium in June. 4 straight games. Kalamazoo winning all but 1 here in Michigan. Michael Dunkelberger comes set at the letters. Here's the 0-2. Foul tip that bounces off the catcher Burks. Still 0-2. Matulia stays alive. Josue Urdaneta on third base. All Matulia needs is a base hit here. Matulia, the Rivets leader in batting average. Slugging percentage at .674. Home runs, triples. He's got 20 RBIs. Another 0-2. Swung on and tapped foul up the first base side. We'll do it again. Dunkelberger rubs up the new baseball, wipes his face in his sleeve, adjusts himself a little bit. Matulia taps the plate twice. Big at bat in this game as we've moved quickly. Here's another 0-2, swing and a miss. Strike 3. Breaking ball got Matulia, and the Rivets strand Josue Urdaneta on third base, representing the tying run. After 4.5, it's the Growlers 1 and the Rivets nothing on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Bottom of the 5th inning in Kalamazoo. Growlers lead the Rivets 1-0 on an RBI single from Devin Burks. And the bottom of the 4th, allowed by Noah DeLuga after he loaded the bases with no outs, but got out of the jam without further damage. And he'll face 2, 3, 4 in the Growlers order here in the bottom of the 5th. He's headed back out there, having thrown 88 pitches so far tonight. Tanner Mink still getting loose in the Rivets bullpen. He'll be the first arm out of there. First pitch to the righty, Lux. Breaking ball in there for a called strike, 0-1. Damon Lux, 0 for 2 with 2 pop-outs. 1 to second base and 1 to center field. DeLuga working from the stretch as always. Here's his 0-1. Breaking ball misses in the dirt that time, and Lux holds back. It's 1-1. Damon Lux with all 3 of his home runs this summer against Rockford. The Rivets have lost 4 of 5, including 2 games of a doubleheader yesterday here. The 1-1 just misses the outside corner, 2 balls and a strike. Statistically, most doubleheaders are split, as you would imagine. But these 2 teams have traded doubleheader sweeps this season. Here's the 2-1. Fastball tails too far outside again, and it's 3-1. But back on June 24th, the Rivets swept Kalamazoo in a doubleheader with 2 walk-off wins. Yesterday, the Growlers won a tight one in Game 1, 5-4, and then crushed the Rivets in Game 2, 11-1. 3-1 pitch, pulled foul. Up the third base line on the ground, and the count has run full. This is a big at-bat for Noah DeLuga. Could indicate whether or not he'll finish this inning. He gazes in for the sign, got it from Grant McGill and fires the payoff. Fastball misses high and outside, and Damon Lux draws a leadoff walk to start the bottom of the 5th. Looking in the Rivets dugout, JT Scara is going to come out and make the call to the bullpen. DeLuga covers his face with his glove and mutters something to himself as the infield converges, as JT Scara is going to come and take the baseball from the freshman from Minnesota. All things considered, a good outing from DeLuga. He goes 4 total innings, firing 94 pitches, allowing just 1 earned run, but his kryptonite, per usual, 4 walks. Tanner Mink is going to come into the ball game after this on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Growlers 1, Rivets nothing. Bottom of the 5th inning, runner on first base and no outs, and Noah DeLuga's day is over after walking Damon Lux to start this 5th inning. And JT Scara, the Rivets manager, hands the baseball to Tanner Mink, redshirt freshman from USF. He's got an ERA of 8.03 and 12 1/3 innings pitched, all out of the bullpen. His last time, he went 2 2/3, allowing 5 earned runs against Traverse City on July 13th. He faces Nolan McCarthy, righty on righty in the first pitch. A fastball tails too far outside, taken for ball 1. Mink working from the stretch, even with nobody on base, but Damon Lux takes his lead here. Here's the kick in the 1-0. Fastball misses downstairs. And it's 2-0. Nolan McCarthy, the freshman from Kentucky, 0 for 2. Here's the 2-0. Fastball runs inside, quickly 3-0. McCarthy grounded out into a double play his first time, 6-4-3 in the first, and then struck out swinging in the 3rd inning. Mink pauses and comes home with a 3-0. Fastball splits the plate, in there for a called strike 1. Noah DeLuga loaded the bases all on walks in the bottom of the 4th inning, and then Devin Burks came through with an RBI single, the difference in this one. 3-1 offering. Off speed, misses down and outside, and it's back-to-back walks to start the bottom of the 5th inning for the Growlers. They lead 1-0. And here's Jake Geloff, who has walked twice. 7 walks issued by the Rivets pitching staff so far. Interesting note on Noah DeLuga's night, in 4+ innings, he fired 47 strikes and 47 balls. Very 50-50 for the freshman from Minnesota. Jake Geloff, power bat climbs in, first pitch. He squares to bunt and pulls back and watches it outside. 1-0. Mink stretches his arms out. Rivets corner infielders in. Brian Fuentes at first, Wade Elliott at third. Here's the set and the 1-0. And Geloff watches it down and outside, 2-0. The last thing the Rivets need is another walk. It's been one of their Achilles heels all season long. Mink gets the sign from McGill. Here's the 2-0. In there for a called strike, a big pitch for the 6-foot, 190-pound right-hander. Mink was recruited as a two-way player at South Florida, but only pitched in the 2021 season. Here's the 2-1. Fastball misses down and outside, 3 balls and 1 strike. Mink has been good in flashes, he's been bad in flashes. That's kind of the Rockford Rivets rotation in a nutshell. I should say entire pitching staff. They've got a team ERA of 6.10, second to last in the league. 3-1 pitch, fastball above the letters, taken for ball 4. And what do you know? Bases are loaded on walks for the second consecutive inning with no outs. Damon Lux moves to third. Nolan McCarthy up to second. Jake Geloff on first base for David Coppage, who's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. And those young fans, make sure you know the scenario. Coppage walked his last time. Already looks like a little more action in the Rivets bullpen. Maybe Brett Taucher about to get warmed up. He's kicking some dirt around on the mound. But for now, Tanner Mink's first pitch to Coppage. Misses down and outside, 1-0. 1-0 Kalamazoo. Rockford has walked 8 Growlers tonight. Growlers wearing their Kalamazoo Lassies alternates. The kick in the 1-0. Fastball runs inside at the chest of Coppage. He leans out of the way. 2 balls and no strikes. Rockford in their Rockford Peaches uniforms, which have made waves on Twitter. Quite popular. Mink throws. 2-seamer misses outside. It's 3-0. Matthew Metcalf's zone very tight. Not helping out the Rivets here. One swing could do a lot of damage. The Rivets gave up a grand slam yesterday and an 11-1 loss. Here's the 3-0. Swinging a sinking line drive down the left field line. That one drops for a hit. Damon Lux in to score. Nolan McCarthy waved around behind him. Jake Geloff all the way to third base, and it's a 2 RBI double for David Coppage to make it 3-0 in the bottom of the 5th inning. The Growlers have 2 hits tonight, and both have come with the bases loaded. Talk about timely hitting. The line keeps on moving for Brett Barrera, who's reached twice, once on an error and once on a walk. Rivets infield comes in. First base unoccupied. Geloff at third base, Coppage on second, and the first pitch to Barrera. Breaking ball finally catches the outside corner. It's 0-1. Slider at 78 there. Mink gets the sign from McGill. Sets at the belt and fires the 0-1. Breaking ball laced into center field. Hawkinson comes in, makes a running grab. Geloff's gonna tag from third base. The throw to the plate, not in time. Gets by McGill, but Mink was there to back it up, so David Coppage remains at second base. It's a sacrifice fly for Barrera for the first out of the inning. It was a good throw from Hawkinson. It bounced and it was a little tardy. Even if McGill fielded that throw and slapped the tag down, it probably would have been late. Valiant effort, and that doesn't show in the scorebook. And it's now 4-0 Growlers. Here's Devin Burks with a runner on second base. Righty on righty, and a breaking ball misses high. 1-0 on the freshman catcher from Kentucky. He's 1 for 1 with an RBI single that came last inning. Here's the kick in the 1-0. Slider catches the outside corner this time, 1-1. Jared Cushing holds on. Coppage at second base, adjusts his burgundy socks. And the 1-1. Curveball misses inside. Mink liked the pitch. Home plate umpire Matthew Metcalf did not. 2 balls and a strike. Big pitch for McGill here. 2-1. Fastball misses high and outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. Mink points towards McGill as if to signal something. Burke settles into a closed batting stance, waving the bat back and forth above his navy blue helmet. Here's the 3-1. Check swing on a ball in the dirt, blocked by McGill. And the appeal down to second base, and the first base umpire, Rex Engstrand, standing behind the mound, says that Burks went around. I can't imagine he's got a good angle at that, but made the call anyways. Now the count is full. Burks started shedding his elbow protector and taps his chest as if to say, that's my bad. He's got to battle at least one more pitch. Here's the payoff from Tanner Mink. Called strike 3 on a slider out over the heart of the plate. And that's out number 2 in the bottom of the 5th. 3 runs are in. Growlers lead 4-0. Now there's 2 down for Luke Lido. High school senior committed to LSU. First strikeout for Tanner Mink in his first relief inning. Brett Taucher continues to warm in the Rivets bullpen. Lido 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. And the first pitch runs inside, almost hit him. 1-0. Lido sporting bright orange cleats with gray pants and yellow tops. Kalamazoo Lassies uniforms. Here's the 1-0 offering. Breaking ball dives in near the shoe tops, taken for ball 2 at 75 miles per hour. It's a dreary day in southwestern Michigan. Cold for July, temperature in the high 60s. Rained all day, puddles still on the field. Tanner Mink steps off and looks back. David Coppage being held a little bit by the shortstop, Josue Urdaneta. Big lead for him. Urdaneta moves back and forth, and the 2-0, big hack and a miss. 2 balls and a strike on a high fastball. Lido wanted that one. The ever so tempting high cheese. The Portage, Michigan native without a home run this summer. Holds the bat above his shoulder, and the 2-1, another swing and a miss on some high stuff. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lito's approach impresses me. Just by watching him, you wouldn't guess that he just graduated high school. Built like a Division I baseball player. Good all-around athlete. Here's the 2-2. Fastball misses high and tight, squirts out of the glove of McGill, but he recovers in time to keep Coppage at second base. Mink holds the glove against his chest with the baseball in it. Bare right hand. Now he comes set at the belt. Here's the payoff pitch. Swung on and chopped behind the mound. Mink moves behind it, gathers, throws to first, not in time. The throw was too high. Fuentes had to jump to catch it, and as he jumped, Lito moved through first base. And so he reaches on a 2-out hit, an error, on Tanner Mink, the pitcher. Rivets' second error of the ball game, 5 combined in a sloppy one between the two sides. David Coppage moves to third. 3 runs already in the inning. Runners on the corners for Cooper Doman. First pitch, swing and a miss. Runner goes down to second base, and Lito slides in safely. Jared Cushing, the second baseman, couldn't bring the tag down in time. And now a single could score 2 runs and really break this one open for Kalamazoo. They already lead 4-0. Righty on righty. The first pitch missed outside. Mink trying to come back. Here's the 1-0. Breaking ball misses outside again. 2-0. Noah DeLuga started this inning with a walk of Damon Lux. Tanner Mink came on in relief. Walked 2 more batters to load the bases, then allowed a 2 RBI double to David Coppage and a sacrifice fly. Here's the 2-0 offering. That time the breaking ball catches the back door. Taken for a called strike 1. 2 balls and a strike on Doman. The 9 batter 0 for 2, grounded out in the second inning and popped out to second base in the 4th. Getaway day for the Rivets, wrapping up a 3-day, 4-game series. Mink sets at the belt and throws the 2-1. Swing and a miss as Doman reached for that one, and that's strike 3. So we had the count wrong. The first pitch on the steal to Luke Lito was a strike. And so Cooper Doman is retired to end the inning. But not before the Growlers scored 3 more runs after the Rivets walked 3 batters. And the score is now 4-zip Growlers after 5 on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Top of inning number 6, the Kalamazoo Growlers lead the Rockford Rivets 4-0 in the series finale. And a 4-game set here in Kalamazoo. Rivets dropping both games of a doubleheader yesterday after taking the series opener on Wednesday night. Growlers with 4 runs on just 2 hits. Walks are the story tonight for Rockford. Brian Fuentes still up to face the lefty Michael Dunkelberger, who pours in a first pitch breaking ball for a called strike. It's 0-1. Fuentes, the 3 batter, 3-4-5 due up for the Rivets against Dunkelberger, the starter, out for the 6th. The kick in the 0-1. Popped foul off to the right side, out of play, quickly 0-2. The Rivets have doled out 8 free passes. And a lot of those runners have come around to score. Rivets lucky that this game is not much worse. Here's the kick and the 0-2. Breaking ball misses outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Fuentes is 0 for 1. He flied out to center field on a hard hit ball. It was a big league pop fly back in the 3rd. He walked in the 1st. Dunkelberger winds and deals. Swinging a tapper off of Fuentes. Foul ball. We'll have another 1-2. Fuentes has 2 home runs this summer, and they came in back-to-back games. 1 in Fond du Lac, 1 in Kenosha. Another 1-2. Misses down and in, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dunkelberger outlasting his lefty opponent, Noah DeLuga, whose line is now final. He went 4 innings, allowing 2 earned runs, just 1 hit. Here's the 2-2. Fuentes thought about going around on a high fastball, misses outside as well as upstairs. And the count has run full. Comeback starts with base runners. Rivets with a chance to get one here. Here's the payoff. Swinging a line drive, deep left field. Nolan McCarthy back on it, makes a leaping grab in front of the warning track. A slick defensive play for out number 1 in the top of the 6th inning. Fuentes with back-to-back hard-hit balls to no avail. And the bases are empty for Wade Elliott, with the Rivets trailing 4-0 in the 6th frame. Elliott 0 for 2, first pitch to the right-handed batter. Fastball misses high. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard around the Northwoods League tonight. Traverse City leads Battle Creek 7-4 in the bottom of the 5th in Traverse City. 1-0 offering. Breaking ball down the chute, taken for a called strike 1, back even at 1 apiece. Kenosha leads Kokomo 4-2 in the top of the 6th inning in Kenosha. Those are the Great Lakes East scores. Here's the 1-1. Fastball misses below the knees to Elliott. 2 balls and a strike. And the Great Lakes West, Green Bay leads Madison 2-1 at CCU Park in Green Bay. And Wisconsin leads Fond du Lac 6-1 in the bottom of the 4th in Fondy. 2-1 to Elliott, takes a home run cut and comes up empty. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Wisconsin Rapids leads Lakeshore 2-0 at Capco Park in Mequon, Wisconsin. Dunkelberger turns and delivers the 2-2 pitch, swinging a line drive deep left field. McCarthy back on it, at the track, at the wall. It's off the top of the wall. Elliott hustling into second base. The throw is not in time. He missed a home run by 6 inches. Instead, he gets a 1-out double in the top of the 6th. Elliott crushed that baseball. Now the Rivets have a chance to get the run back, or a run back, as they trail 4-0 in this one. Here's Jared Cushing, 1 for 2, reached on an error, reached on the Rivets' first hit of the ball game back in the 4th inning. Elliott's double is just the 3rd hit for the Screws. Right-handed batter, left-handed pitcher as action gets going in the Growlers bullpen. First pitch to Cush. Fastball misses inside. Cushing raises the hands. And it's 1-0. Cushing was originally slated to have the day off today, but Brody Harding was a late scratch. He's dealing with some back soreness, so Cushing slid right into the lineup at second base. Here's the 1-0 offering. Big hack and a miss from Cushing. It's 1-1. So the Rivets allowed 4 home runs to the Growlers last night, season high for Rockford. Kalamazoo has belted 12 home runs against the Rivets this summer. Rockford has 1 home run. 2 home runs, I should say, in this series. One off the bat of Phil Matulia, and then one from Greg Ziegler to the short porch and left in game 1 yesterday. 1-1, 2-seam fastball, tails too far outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. This could be a turning point for the Rivets. A 4-run deficit, not too much to ask for, but you got to start at least scattering runs here and there before it gets too late. Dunkelberger holds the baseball behind his back and comes home with a 2-1. Swing and a miss on a fastball up in the zone. Cushing got a piece right into the glove of Burks. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Wade Elliott on second base after a double. Rockford's lost 5 of its last 6 games. They'll play the final 2 games before the All-Star break at home against the first place Jackrabbits. You want to go into that with momentum. A win here would split them the series at Homer Stryker Field. Here's the 2-2. Fastball misses a hair low, and Dunkelberger kicks his leg around in disgust as the count runs full. Tommy Benson waits on deck, 0 for 2. Cushing steps out of the box, taps the plate twice, and a long and lanky frame. Cushing tied for the team lead with 25 RBIs. Here's the payoff pitch. Fastball misses inside, and that's ball 4. Runners on first and second base with 1 out in the top of the 6th. Rivets trail 4-0, but the door is open, and Joey Romans, the pitching coach for the Growlers, is going to come out for a chat. Maybe this is to buy the bullpen some time to get going. The Romans chats it up. The Rivets sporting all white jerseys as they're playing as the Rockford Peaches tonight on a League of Their Own night in Kalamazoo. Growlers in their Kalamazoo Lassies uniforms. And these jerseys will be auctioned off for charity after the game. Bidding starts at $100. You can find more information on that on the Kalamazoo Growlers website. The Rivets are all white with a Rockford Peaches insignia, a seal of sorts on the chest, with printed buttons off center and a printed belt around the waist with burgundy caps. The Growlers with a Kalamazoo seal on the center of the chest and a yellow top with green numbers, gray pants, green socks, and green caps with a K in the center. Mound meeting is over. Wade Elliott takes his lead off second, Cushing off of first, and the first pitch to Tommy Benson. Runs inside, 1-0. Benson struck out swinging in the second inning and popped out to center field in the 4th. He's got 1 home run and 6 RBIs as a Rivet. Could be a big spot for him to maybe snap out of a skid. He's 0 for his last 11. Dunkelberger fires the 1-0. Fastball misses high, 2 balls, no strikes. No official throwing quite yet in the Growlers bullpen. A few guys chucking some balls into a net. I suppose you could call that throwing. And now Joey Romans, the pitching coach, is going to jog down to the bullpen. Dunkelberger sets at the letters. Here comes his 2-0. Swinging a foul straight back. Benson right on that pitch at 82 miles per hour. 2 balls, 1 strike. Lights taking full effect on a gray and overcast day in Kalamazoo. It was raining on and off for most of the day, but cleared up for the final game of a 4-game series. Benson waits for the 2-1. It's on the way. Swung on and sprayed foul out of play. Off to the right side. And it's 2-2. Benson adjusts his batting gloves, spits into him. He's got burgundy batting gloves to match the burgundy trim and numbers on the Rockford Peaches uniforms. Perhaps the only Rivets player that can boast that. He points the bat out at Dunkelberger. Here's the 2-2. Swung on and lifted into left field, right field that is. Damon Lux ranges into foul ground and makes the catch. Both runners tag. Wade Elliott to third, and Cushing to second base. So both runners move up, and a base hit could have the Growlers lead, but there's 2 down after the foul pop fly into right field off the bat of Benson. And here's Johannes Hawkinson in a big spot in this ball game. Could be a turning point for the Rivets. A single doesn't tie this game as Rockford trails 4-zip, but it gets you that much closer and perhaps gives the Rivets some momentum. Michael Dunkelberger up to 99 pitches on his night. One of his best starts of the season. He's only allowed 3 hits. Left-handed pitcher, right-handed batter, and the first pitch to Johannes. Offered and fouled off to the right side, out of play. 0-1. PA announcers required to announce 100 pitches and 35 pitches due to Northwoods League pitching rules. Dunkelberger sets at the letters. Here's the 0-1. Fastball tails too far outside. 1-1. A funny occurrence happened when the Rivets last had a pitcher go 100 pitches. In his last home start, Ross Thompson got to his 100th pitch, and the PA announcer announced Ross Thompson has thrown 100 pitches, and the crowd started clapping. Here's the kick in the 1-1, swinging a line drive into center field, falling fast, that one drops. Wade Elliott in to score. Cushing gets the wave around, the throw to the plate, not in time. Hawkinson up to second base, and Johannes Hawkinson has cut the lead in half. It's 4-2 in the top of the 6th. Still a runner in scoring position for Grant McGill with 2 outs. Dunkelberger up to 101 pitches, so Grant McGill will be his last batter if he even faces him, and he will not. Growlers manager Cody Pachaki out of the first base dugout to take the baseball from Dunkelberger after he goes 5 scoreless innings, 5 2/3 to be exact, but he gives up a 2 RBI single to Johannes Hawkinson to cut the Growlers' lead in half. It's 4-2 with 2 outs in the top of the 6th, and we'll have the details on the new Growlers arm after this on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Top of the 6th inning, Rivets trailing Kalamazoo 4-2, but they've cobbled together a rally here in this 6th inning. 2 runs in on an RBI single by Johannes Hawkinson, scoring Wade Elliott and Jared Cushing. And the Rivets chase Michael Dunkelberger from the ball game, and manager Cody Pachaki goes to another lefty, Nicholas Lopez, the redshirt sophomore from Stanford. He's got an ERA of 3 in 3 appearances, totaling to 3 innings. He'll face the righty Grant McGill with Hawkinson on second base in the first pitch. Swing and a miss on a tailing fastball outside at 85 miles per hour. 0-1. In Lopez's last outing, he went 2 innings at Kokomo on July 12th and allowed 1 earned run. Didn't walk anybody and struck out 1. He's got 4 strikeouts and 2 walks so far, and an early summer for him. Grant McGill is 0 for 2 tonight, fielder's choice, and a pop out to second base. Here's the kick and the 0-1. Fastball misses outside that time. It's 1-1. McGill stretches out his arms, taps the plate twice. Rivets catcher is going to see the zone better than anybody, other than maybe Devin Burks, the other catcher. Here's the pause and the 1-1. Sprayed into the first base grandstand, and that's caught on a bounce by a fan. That was a screaming line drive into the seats. Good to see everybody's okay. 1-2 on Grant McGill. He's hitless in his last 3 games, counting tonight after back-to-back 3-hit performances. 2 outs, runner on second. Lopez sets and fires. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 on the breaking ball, and the inning comes to an end. But not before Johannes Hawkinson comes through with his first 2 RBIs with the Rivets this summer, scoring Wade Elliott and Jared Cushing on a single up the middle to cut the Growlers' lead in half. It's now 4-2 after 5.5 on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Bottom of the 6th inning in Kalamazoo. Growlers lead the Rivets 4-2 as the Rivets pitching staff has continued to struggle with walks. Growlers scoring once in the 4th and 3 times in the 5th inning. But the Rivets getting 2 runs back on a 2 RBI knock from Johannes Hawkinson in the top half of this inning. So they're on the comeback trail. Tanner Mink is going to stay in the ball game for his 2nd inning of relief work, trying to keep the score right here. He'll face the top of the order and TJ Williams, and the first pitch to him, he squares to bunt and drops one down out in front of the plate, but it bounces off Williams, so that's a foul ball. 0-1. Williams 0 for 2 with a hit by pitch. Batting .263 at the top of the order. Dusk descending upon Homer Stryker Field in Kalamazoo on a gray, cloudy day. Here's the kick in the 0-1. Fastball misses high, 1-1. But looking out in the distance at a gray overcast sky, there's a almost tints to it as the sun begins to set. We can't see the sunset, but you know it's there. Here's the 1-1. Fastball misses high and outside, 2 balls, 1 strike. Williams takes some check swings, climbs back in the box. Mink working from the stretch with nobody on. And here's the 2-1 offering. Breaking ball, called strike on the back door. Good pitch from Mink, and he evens the count at 2 apiece. Brett Taucher warming in the Rivets bullpen. Hard throwing right-hander. Here's the 2-2. Reached out and poked foul over the screen. That one bounces off the grandstand roof and will roll out of play. It's a league of their own night here at Homer Stryker Field, as we've discussed throughout the broadcast. Rivets and Growlers in special uniforms, paying homage to the teams that played in their cities in the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League. Another 2-2 swing and a miss. He got him on a fastball on the outside corner. And Williams is retired for out number 1 in the bottom of the 6th inning. A big first out, as in each of the last 2 innings, the Rivets had surrendered leadoff walks. 3 strikeouts now for Tanner Mink as he starts to settle in. And Damon Lux climbs in the box with the bases empty. Growlers lead 4-2. Righty on righty matchup here. And the first pitch. Breaking ball misses down and outside. 1-0. But not only are the Growlers and Rivets wearing specialty uniforms, but numerous others around the ballpark are as well. The 1-0 fastball hits him. That's the second hit by pitch issued by the Rivets tonight, as TJ Williams was hit back in the 1st inning. And now Damon Lux is put on first base the hard way, and the Growlers have a 1-out base runner. They lead it 4-2 as Nolan McCarthy climbs in the box. He walked and scored last inning. This game started as a bit of a pitcher's duel, but now the wheels have started to fall off for both sides. A lot of walks. Here's the first pitch, swinging a pop fly behind home plate, and that one finds the seats. 0-1 on Nolan McCarthy. 8 combined walks between Noah DeLuga and Tanner Mink in this one. You don't need to be a baseball sabermetrician to know that's not great. Tanner Mink has the sign from Grant McGill, sets at the belt, and tosses the 0-1. Misses downstairs, snared by McGill, 1-1. Double play ball would go a long way for Rockford. As they try to come back and split this 4-game series. 1-1 offering, slider misses outside, 2 balls and a strike. Damon Lux remains on first base. As a cold breeze blows across the ballpark. The wind is blowing out to center field, shading a little bit towards left, as indicated by the American flag in straightaway center. 2-1, a breaking ball out over the heart of the plate. Misses high. Tanner Mink isn't sure where that one missed. Neither is Grant McGill. He held on to that ball for an extra second. But no less, the count moves to 3-1. Big pitch for Tanner Mink. And it's on the way. Swing and a miss on a high fastball, loads the count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Second full count that Tanner Mink has faced this inning. First one resulted in a swinging strikeout of TJ Williams. Now working on McCarthy. Here's the payoff pitch. Misses outside, ball 4. Back-to-back free passes. Damon Lux moves up to second base after a hit by pitch. McCarthy to first base, and Jake Geloff yet to register an at-bat as he's walked 3 times. Climbs in. Rivets have now walked 9 batters tonight. Rockford has lost 5 of 6 games, and they trailed this one 4-2. Righty on righty, power on power, and Jake Geloff watches a breaking ball on the outside corner for strike 1. Rivets' corners are shaded slightly in, and field shades to double play depth. All Tanner Mink needs is a ground ball. He sets and fires. Swinging a ground ball to the hole, past Jared Cushing into right field. Damon Lux around third base. He's going to try to score. The throw to the plate is not in time, and it's an RBI single from Jake Geloff after he walks 3 times. The Growlers get 1 run back. It's now 5-2 in the bottom of the 6th. That has been the theme tonight. Kalamazoo, get this, only has 3 hits, and all of them are of the RBI variety. An RBI single from Devin Burks with the bases loaded in the 4th, a 2 RBI double from David Coppage in the 5th, and now a Jake Geloff RBI single here in the 6th. JT Scarra, Rivets manager, is out to take the ball from Tanner Mink, and he's going to hand it to Brett Taucher, the hard-throwing righty from Quincy, as the Rivets are in another jam. Growlers now lead 5-2. We'll be right back after this on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Bottom of the 6th inning as the Growlers have 1 run in and lead the Rockford Rivets 5-2 on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Pitching change for Rockford. Tanner Mink is out. Brett Taucher is in. The hard-throwing redshirt junior from Quincy has thrown 2 1/3 innings and allowed a 7.71 ERA. He pitched earlier in this series, going an inning and a third, allowing an earned run. Striking out the side in 1 inning and allowing home run in the next. Righty on righty, and the first pitch to David Coppage with 2 runners on his line to shortstop. A diving grab made by Josue Urdaneta. And that is out number 2. Urdaneta laying out, moving to his right to possibly save a run. 1 pitch, 1 out for Taucher. And 2 batters are retired here in this bottom of the 6th inning. Growlers with a run on an RBI single from Jake Geloff to chase Tanner Mink from the game. Still 2 runners on for Brett Barrera. Taucher was about to work from the windup and now settles into the stretch. Barrera hitless tonight, had a sac fly his last time in the 5th. Righty on righty, and the first pitch. Fastball misses outside. A little off speed from Taucher, excuse me, at 74. It's 1-0. Big difference there is Taucher's fastball can touch 95. Nolan McCarthy ventures off of second base. Taucher gives him a look and throws home. Swinging a foul tip into Grant McGill. He's okay though. The count is 1-1. Fastball at 93 there. Rivets scoring both of their runs in the top half of the 2nd inning. But that's all. A lot of walks, a lot of errors, a few hit batsmen in this game. If you're a baseball purist, this is maybe not the game for you. Here's the 1-1. Breaking ball nearly glances the sleeve of Barrera, but he turns away from it and takes ball 2. Taucher stretches out his arms, sporting black long sleeves with his Rockford Peaches uniform. Now he comes set at the chest and delivers the 2-1. Pitch misses inside again at 70 miles per hour. And it's 3-1, so Taucher may be picking up right where the 2 prior Rivets arms left off. DeLuga walked 6 batters, Mink walked 3. Taucher's got the sign. He throws the 3-1, swinging a foul back to the screen. The count is full. Devin Burks waits on deck. He's 1 for 2 with an RBI single. As we mentioned before the break, the Growlers have 3 hits tonight. All 3 have come in a big spot. The batters have picked up RBIs. Can Barrera get a 4th? Here's the payoff pitch. Slapped back to the screen. We'll do it again. Rivets will head back to Rockford after this game. They'll face the first place Kokomo Jackrabbits for 2 games before the All-Star break. We're already in the 2nd half. Rivets with a record of 4-7. Same as Kalamazoo. Squad's tied for 4th in the Great Lakes East. Here's the kick and another 3-2. Breaking ball misses in the dirt, and the bases are juiced. Nolan McCarthy moves to 3rd base. He walked. Jake Geloff on 2nd base after an RBI single. Now Barrera on 1st after a free pass. And the freshman from Kentucky, Devin Burks, climbs in. He's got 3 home runs and 15 ribbies, one of which came tonight. Righty on righty, power on power. And the first offering from Brett Taucher. Swung on and skied foul off to the right side, out of play, 0-1. Lights shining down on Homer Stryker Field. It was a dark day to begin with, gray and rainy. But of course now dusk has descended at 9:22 Eastern time. Here's the 0-1. Breaking ball misses low. It was out over the heart of the plate. Good pitch from Taucher. But close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and it's 1-1. Taucher holds the baseball behind his back, shakes off McGill. Now he's got the sign. and delivers. Popped foul off to the right side again, and Burks falls down after that swing. It's 1-2. Toucher wipes some sweat off of his brow. One swing could do a lot of damage. One strike could limit the damage to one in this Kalamazoo sixth. One run in, bases juiced. 1-2 count to Devin Burks, and the pitch misses high, 2-2. The crowd is stuck around for this one. Despite poor weather conditions, on a league of their own night in Kalamazoo. Here's the 2-2 offering from Toucher. Misses low, and the count is full. Nowhere to put Devin Burks. Nolan McCarthy 90 feet away at third base. The Rivets have yet to walk in a run tonight. Here's Toucher's payoff pitch. It's on the way. Swung on and crushed into right field. Matulia shades near the line and makes the grab for out number 3. Matulia tosses the ball to some fans waiting along the railing. And the inning comes to an end mercifully as the Rivets only allow one run on an RBI single by Jake Geloff, and Brett Toucher strands the bases loaded. Our new score, Growlers 5, Rivets 2 after 6 on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Top of the 7th inning in the 4th game of a 4-game series between the Kalamazoo Growlers and Rockford Rivets. Rivets trailing 5-2, and they'll send up 9-1-2 in the order. Josue Urdaneta, Daniel Cantu, and Phil Matulia against Nicholas Lopez, who's out there for his first full inning. He retired Grant McGill for the final out of the top of the 6th when the Rivets scored their only 2 runs. A 2 RBI single by Johannes Hawkinson. Growlers got one back in the bottom half. First pitch to Urdaneta. He squares to bunt, pulls back, and watches ball 1. Urdaneta has been battling some hand soreness, and he has batted from the right side for every game this series, rather than batting from the left side against right-handed pitchers. Here's the kick in the 1-0. He watches the fastball outside again. 2 balls, no strikes. So I asked him about it. I said, is Tommy Benson rubbing off on you? Tommy Benson, known around the Rivets for batting right-handed, even though he's a switch hitter against right-handed pitchers. But Urdaneta battling some right hand soreness. And the 2-0 is bunted foul over the screen into the concourse. So somebody gets an easy catch on a souvenir. I hope somebody caught it. And it's 2 balls and a strike on Josue. Urdaneta reached on an error by the shortstop Luke Lito back in the 5th inning, and he was stranded on third base. Here's the 2-1 offering, swinging a foul straight back. Josue was on it, and it's 2-2. Lopez, a lefty that brings a bit of a 3/4 delivery. It's not conventional and provides a tough angle. However, his velocity won't blow you away. Fastball topping out at about 85. Urdaneta, a contact hitter that has struggled with a .207 batting average, and the 2-2 pitch misses outside. Urdaneta had a good spring for Indiana State, played in 52 games. He was an everyday guy for a Sycamores team that went all the way to the NCAA regional round. He batted .270 there, but the Northwoods League is a different animal. Here's the payoff pitch. It misses outside, and Urdaneta trots down to first base with a walk. Urdaneta with great speed. He's got 9 stolen bases so far this season. Rivets trail 5-2. And here's Daniel Cantu, the top of the order. But the recurring theme you hear from Rivets players and probably other players from around the league is how difficult it is to go from the college season right into the summer season, where you play every single day. Lefty on lefty. Urdaneta dancing off first, and the first pitch to Cantu runs inside, 1-0. Daniel is 0 for 3, dropping his batting average right around the 300 mark, if not below, entering this one at a 304 average. 3 home runs, 22 RBIs. The kick in the 1-0. Fastball pulled foul up the first base side, 1-1. But it's tough to show up to the ballpark every single day. 76 days and 72 games. Most of these players won't stay for the entire duration of the season, but no less. You play on 30-some odd straight days. Rivets going nearly a month without a day off before the All-Star break on Monday. Long pause and the 1-1. Runs inside and it hits Cantu. He flips his bat back to the dugout. Cantu has been beamed a lot lately. His third hit by pitch in the last week. And now there's 2 on and no outs for Phil Matulia. Rivets trail by 3 and 1 swing could tie it. Matulia, the Rivets All-Star representative on the hitting side of things, will participate in the Northwoods League Home Run Challenge up in Mankato, Minnesota on Monday, so no real All-Star break for Matulia. He's got to head on up to Minnesota for Monday and then play in the All-Star game Tuesday before having a day off on Wednesday. Matulia is 0 for 3. A ground out, reached on an error in the 3rd, and then a strikeout in the 5th. Matulia has struggled a little bit in this series. Maybe it has something to do with the white advertisement in straightaway center field that is supposedly replacing a batter's eye. I know a few Rivets have struggled with that. Maybe Matulia has as well. Josue Urdaneta on second base. Daniel Cantu on first. Joey Romans trotted out to the mound for a mound visit. Now that's done, and the first pitch to Matulia. It bounces and gets away from the catcher Burks. He slips. Urdaneta up to third base, and Cantu into second. And now a single could score 2 runs. Wild pitch, putting both runners in scoring position. Phil Matulia with 20 RBIs this summer. Count is 1-0. He takes a check swing, taps his cleats, and rests the bat on his shoulder. Biggest spot of the game, perhaps, for Rockford. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball misses high and outside, 2-0. There is action in the Growlers bullpen, another lefty. Lopez looking in for the sign. He's got it. And he fires the 2-0. Swing and a miss on a slow breaking ball. He pulled the string on Matulia. It's a bit of a half-hearted swing from the junior from Louisiana Tech. He was fooled. It's 2 balls and a strike. I wouldn't be surprised to see another bender from Lopez. The long and lanky left-hander trying to get out of a jam. No outs, 2 runners in scoring position. 2-1 to Matulia. It runs inside, he turns away from it. Nearly glances the uniform, and it's 3-1. A hitter's count for the best hitter in the order. He taps the plate, spins the bat around in his hands, gazes out at his counterpart, Nicholas Lopez. Here's the 3-1 pitch to Phil Matulia. Swung on and lifted into shallow left field. Long run for the third baseman Geloff, and the shortstop Luke Lido makes the grab near the line. Nobody tags up. The runners can't do anything with that. And Matulia is retired. He's 0 for 4 tonight. First out of this 7th inning. And now the opportunity falls into the hands of Brian Fuentes. Rivets trail 5-2. A base knock could get him within 1. Fuentes is 0 for 2 with a walk back in the 1st inning. Redshirt freshman from Indiana State with a high on-base percentage of .379. 11 RBIs. Right-handed batter, left-handed pitcher in the first pitch. Breaking ball, tails too far inside. 1-0. The Rivets have lost 5 of their last 6 games, including both games of a doubleheader yesterday. Trying to head back home on a high note. Here's the kick in the 1-0. Fastball misses outside, and it's 2-0. Lopez falling behind most of the batters he's faced in this inning. He walked Josue Urdaneta to start the frame and then hit Daniel Cantu. Both moved up 90 feet on a wild pitch. Rivets with just 4 hits tonight. Can Fuentes come up with a timely one here? Here's the 2-0. Misses down and in, and it's 3 balls and no strikes. There's another lefty just about ready for the Growlers down in the bullpen. Fuentes gazes out at Lopez. Here comes the 3-0. Swing and a miss on a fastball on the outside corner. So Fuentes gets the 3-0 green light and comes up empty. 3-1. Still a hitter's count for him. And I don't hate it. Chances are he'll get another pitch to hit here. Lopez sets at the chest and throws the 3-1. Swung on and fouled straight back. And now it's battled back to a full count. Fuentes adjusts his batting gloves. Looks down to the third base coach's box where Doug Coe is giving instructions to Josue Urdaneta. 1 out, runners on 2nd and 3rd. Full count to Brian Fuentes. Rivets trail by 3. Here comes the payoff pitch. Golfed foul, we'll do it again. Pitch was on the inside corner, a little bit low. Fuentes with a slow swing, still well out in front of it. And the at-bat continues. Fuentes taps the plate, waves the bat back and forth, sporting long burgundy socks in his Rockford Peaches uniform tonight. Facing off with Lopez in his Kalamazoo Lassies uniform. Another 3-2, line drive, left field. McCarthy back on it, makes the grab, backpedaling. Urdaneta tags from third base, he's gonna score. It's a sacrifice fly for Brian Fuentes, scoring his Indiana State teammate, and the lead is cut to 5-2. Off the bat, it looks like that one might be extra bases, but another loud out for Fuentes. Back-to-back lineouts to left field for him, but he's got an RBI to show for it now. Daniel Cantu remains on second base, and there's 2 down for Wade Elliott. Elliott missed a home run by less than a foot his last time. First pitch from the lefty. It misses inside, and Lopez is behind 1-0. Elliott overall 1 for 3. Out away from stretch time at Homer Stryker Field. Game number 4 of 4 across 3 days. A taxing stretch for both the Growlers and the Rivets. Lopez has the sign from Devin Burks, the catcher, and comes home with the 1-0. Fastball misses way outside. Popped the mitt of Burks, but no strike, and it's 2-0. A dark and cloudy day in Kalamazoo. Sun is set. And at the main gate of Homer Stryker Field before the ball game today, when the Rivets were walking in, there was a sign that said, "Rain, rain, go away, it's Growlers game day." I suppose the sign worked, as the rain cleared up before our 6:46 first pitch. Here's the set, and the 2-0 to Elliott. Fastball misses outside. It's 3 balls and no strikes. Jared Cushing, the redshirt freshman from Xavier, waits on deck. Elliott takes some check swings. Fuentes had the 3-0 green light. I imagine Elliott would here too. Here's the 3-0 pitch. It catches the inside corner of the zone, taken for ball 1. Hitters count for Elliott. Fuentes lined out on a payoff pitch. 3-1 on Wade Elliott. Cantu goes with a pitch. It's a misses low. And now the throw gets away. Cantu's gonna try to go to the plate, and he is out. The throw from Devin Burks got away from the third baseman Geloff, which allowed Cantu to be safe, but then he took off for the plate when the ball was not all that far away from Geloff. And he fired a strike to Devin Burks, and that ends the inning. So the Rivets score 1, but that's all they get. They make it 5-3. They can't get that second runner in scoring position in. They trail by 2 at stretch time on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Bottom of the 7th inning at Homer Stryker Field in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Rivets trail the Growlers by a score of 5-3. Rivets have scored in back-to-back innings, but the Growlers have scored in 3 straight. As the scoreboard opens up in this one after both starting pitchers got off to a rocky but scoreless start. As Brett Taucher is out for another inning of work, and he delivers a first pitch ball inside to the lefty Luke Lido. It's 1-0. 8-9-1 due up for the Growlers, starting with Lido, who's 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts, and he reached on an error his last time. Taucher rocks and fires. Breaking ball misses outside. Doesn't look like he's got that in his back pocket today. Command hasn't been great quite yet. Taucher with a power fastball. Tops out at 95. Here's his 1-0. Swinging a line drive, caught at the shoe tops of Brian Fuentes. 4 out, number 1. Lido was all over that pitch, but it's an out in the scorebook, and there's one away for Cooper Doman with the bases empty. In the bottom of the 7th, the Rivets trail 5-3. And Doman is 0 for 3. He's the only Growler not to reach base tonight, either from a walk, likely a walk, an error, or a hit, or hit by pitch. Rivets have doled out 10 walks. Kicking the first pitch. Breaking ball misses outside. Check swing. Doman kept it back. And it's 1-0. Look around the out-of-town scoreboard. Traverse City on their way to another victory over Battle Creek, 10-4 in the bottom of the 8th. Kokomo beating Kenosha 7-4. The 1-0 swung on and missed. It's 1-1. Kokomo winning 7-4, and they're going to head to Rockford tomorrow for a 2-game series before the All-Star break this weekend. Taucher rocks and fires. Breaking ball nearly hits Doman. He turns away from it. 2 balls and a strike. Kokomo in first place by a half game over the Kingfish. Growlers and Rivets both at 4-7 in the second half, 3 games back. Doman adjusts his helmet, stares out at Taucher. And the next pitch is swung on and popped into shallow right field. Phil Matulia dances around and shades under it and makes the grab for out number 2. Scored an F9, and the bases are empty for the top of the order in TJ Williams. It's Growlers 5, Rivets 2 on a league of their own night at Homer Stryker Field. The Rivets Rockford Peaches uniforms will be auctioned off, as will the Kalamazoo Lassies get-ups. Righty-on-righty matchup. Williams struck out his last time. He's 0 for 3 with the hit by pitch in the first offering. Bender in there for a called strike. It fooled Williams. He leaned out of the way of it. We've seen quite the amount of shenanigans, as we usually do here at Homer Stryker Field, but one interaction stuck out to me today. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and that one hits Williams. Second time tonight he's been beamed. He heads on down to first base, and the Growlers have a 2-out base runner in the bottom of the 7th, leading 5-2. Damon Lux climbs in. He's got a walk and a hit by pitch and 2 runs scored tonight. But earlier in the game, a person dressed in a yellow Growlers alternate uniform, known as a Growlers granny, and yes, those are a thing. They've got a group of older ladies who come out and perform some dances throughout the game. Here's the first pitch to Lux, and misses down and outside, 1-0. But one of the Growlers grandmas came out and pretended to argue a call with first base umpire Rex Engstrand after the end of an inning. She made a show of it. She tossed some bats on the field. Crowd got into it. 1-0, swung on and crushed, and that ball, if it's fair, it's gone, and it is foul. Damon Lux came about 4 feet from his 4th home run of the summer, all against Rockford. And the count is 1-1. Deja vu all over again, almost. Coucher can exhale. But a few innings later, after that, Growlers granny was quote-unquote ejected from the ball game. She came out with a bouquet of flowers for Rex Engstrand, and Engstrand kind of played along with it. He didn't accept the flowers, so the granny set him at his feet, and then she came out with a huge stuffed bear and gave that to Engstrand, and then she gave Engstrand a hug to make up for it. And I think that did the trick, so the Growlers granny was welcomed back into the ball game. I'm not sure she ever left the stadium, but a fun moment no less. Brett Taucher gets a meeting on the mound with Grant McGill and Josue Urdaneta, trying to give them the scouting report. That's the 5th mound meeting of the night for Rockford. The umpire always signals up to the booth how many mound meetings there have been. I think teams are limited to 6, but I really don't know. Here's the 1-1, swing and a miss on a slow breaking ball in the dirt, and it's 1-2. Major League Baseball teams are limited to 8 in a game, if I am not mistaken. So it wouldn't surprise me if Northwoods League teams are also limited to 8. Growlers lead the Rivets 5-3. Bottom of the 7th, runner on first base. 1-2 with 2 outs to Damon Lux. Misses outside. Taucher going with the breaking ball. Soft stuff again. And it's 2-2. I don't know what the Rivets did to Damon Lux, but whatever it was, he's gotten revenge. All sorts of power against the Northwoods League rival from Rockford. Here's the 2-2, swung on and popped up into shallow center field. Johannes Hawkinson ranges towards right, camps underneath it, and makes the grab to end the frame. Brett Taucher works around a 2-out hit by pitch to TJ Williams and keeps the Growlers off the scoreboard for the first time in 3 innings. And the score remains Kalamazoo 5, Rockford 3, headed to the 8th on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Headed to the 8th inning in Kalamazoo with the Rockford Rivets down by 2. Score of 5-3 in favor of the Growlers. And a new arm is into the ball game. It's Kyle Sally, the left-hander, redshirt sophomore from Duke. It must be a southpaw day for the Growlers as they've thrown 3 lefties. Sally takes over for Nicholas Lopez, who went an inning in a third. Sally with an ERA of 5.63, and he took a loss against the Rockford Rivets back on June 24th when the Rivets swept the Growlers in a doubleheader and a 4-game series. He led up the winning run in Game 2 of a doubleheader, a walk-off walk to Josue Urdaneta. Rivets will try to rekindle that magic as they'll send up Jared Cushing, Tommy Benson, and Johannes Hawkinson, representing 5, 6, 7 in the order. Cushing has reached all 3 times tonight. A single, walk, and an error. First pitch to the righty, fastball misses high, 1-0. Rivets have lost 5 of their last 6 games. They're tied with the Growlers for 4th place in the Great Lakes East here in the second half. Winner of the division in the second half makes the playoffs, but the Rivets need to right the ship in order to have a chance. 1-0 sails outside, gets all the way past Burks to the plexiglass and composite backstop. Looks like a little bit of a hockey arena, if you only look at home plate, of course. I'm sure this place could be turned into an ice rink in the winter based on the way the water flows in here. 2-0, swinging a foul ball off the leg of Cushing. He jumps out of the box in some pain. It's 2-1, he's okay. But Homer Stryker Field was built on a floodplain. And so whenever it rains more than a few inches, the outfield floods a little bit. A little bit is a light way of putting it. 2-1, swinging a foul straight back. As I'm corrected by the PA announcer, Jim. He says little bit. I don't know about that. I've seen pictures where interns or players or whoever have been able to put inflatables in the outfield after a flood. So it doesn't just flood, but it turns into a bit of a pool out in the outfield. Count is 2-2 on Cushing as he takes a strike. And now Devin Burks heads out to the mound to talk to Kyle Sally. And it's rained all day here in Kalamazoo, until game time, of course, when the tarp was pulled and the rain clouds moved out of the area. But there are some puddles still on the field, on the warning track, right in front of the Growlers dugout. There's a big puddle that we can see due to the reflection of the lights in the grass. But hey, it's good enough to play. But I imagine if you pump some water in here and froze it over, there'd be some good winter entertainment. Here's the 2-2 to Cushing, misses high and outside, and it's 3-2. Cushing looking for his second walk. The last time he walked in the 6th inning, he came around to score. Rivets' second run of the ball game on a Johannes Hawkinson RBI single. Sally working from the stretch with nobody on, and the payoff pitch is fouled straight back. We'll do it again. Wind is still blowing out to center field ever so slightly, not playing a huge effect on this ball game. No home runs, but we almost had one in the bottom of the 7th off the bat of Damon Lux, who has hit 3 home runs versus the Rivets this summer. Here's the payoff pitch again. It misses inside, and Jared Cushing makes the free trip down to first base, and the Rivets have it, the leadoff man aboard in the top of the 8th inning. Rockford trails 5-3 in the tying run, steps to the plate in the form of Tommy Benson. Benson is 0 for 3 tonight with a swinging strikeout in the first, a fly out to center in the 4th, and a fly out to right in the 6th. Left-handed pitcher, right-handed batter. Benson points the bat out at Sally. And here's the first pitch. Fastball misses outside. Benson has had a non-linear college journey. He started his career at North Alabama before transferring to Waubonsie Valley Community College, a school that a few Rivets players have played at. And then he played this last season at Triton College. Here's the 1-0. Fastball misses inside, 2 balls, no strikes. Benson has another year of eligibility at the junior college level if he chooses to exercise it. He was also draft eligible, and he was listed on the MLB draft tracker. Not that that means all that much, but he was on some scouts' radars. Played in the MLB draft league this summer. Here's the 2-0. Fastball misses outside, 3 balls, no strikes. To Tommy Benson with Johannes Hawkinson waiting on deck. Just like that, Joey Romans, the Growlers pitching coach, is going to jog on down to the bullpen to get some more arms warming up. Benson adjusts his helmet, settles into an open batting stance. Here's the 3-0 pitch. Instead, a throw over to first base to check on Cushing. He's back without a dive. Would not shock me to see Benson get the 3-0 green light. He can sure drive the baseball. Here's the 3-0. Breaking ball misses outside, and Benson draws a walk. There's 2 on with no out to start the 8th inning. The tying run is aboard for Johannes Hawkinson. Cushing to second, Benson on first, and Hawkinson has already come through with the 2 RBI single tonight. Came in the 6th inning to score the Rivets' first 2 runs of the ball game. Rockford, 3 runs on 4 hits, 2 errors. Growlers, 5 runs on 3 hits, 3 errors. Left-handed pitcher, right-handed batter. Hawkinson squares, pulls back, and watches a fastball high, 1-0. A comeback victory would be such a huge boost to this Rivets team as they head back to Rockford to face the first place Kokomo Jackrabbits tomorrow before the break. 1-0, bunt down the third base line, and that rolls foul. So it's 1-1 on the junior from Concordia, Wisconsin. That 2 RBI single in the 6th inning for Hawkinson represented his first 2 RBIs of the summer with Rockford, matching his total with Traverse City, where he spent a month to start the campaign. Sally sets at the belt and delivers. A bunt straight back to the screen, and it's 1-2. Hawkinson struggling with the bunt. He probably won't square around here. That ball got stuck up on the net behind home plate. A fan reached up and got it. Sally sets and fires the 1-2. Swinging a line drive, knocked down by Geloff. He steps on the third base bag and throws across to first base, and it gets away from Barrera. And Benson will move all the way to third base, and Hawkinson will stop at second. Jared Cushing is retired at third base as Geloff made that play, but then a throwing error, his second of the ball game, as he tried to make the play at first base. And now the Rivets have the tying run on second base, trailing by 2.
Now playing catcher, number 4.
That play works out for Rockford. Bit of an interesting play as Cushing was trotting back to the dugout as Benson was sprinting behind him to get to third base. Runners on second and third for Grant McGill. 5-3 ball game. McGill is 0 for 3 tonight. Right-handed batter, left-handed pitcher, and the first pitch. Fastball misses outside, 1-0. Tucker Shalley is getting warmed up for the Rivets. Shalley, the Rivets closer. He might come on for a 6-out save. Shalley comes home with a 1-0. Fastball tails too far. Further outside, 2-0. Kyle Sally for the Growlers has walked 2 batters in this inning. All three he's faced have reached. The kick in the 2-0. Fastball tails too far again. 3 balls, no strikes. Josue Urdaneta on deck. McGill will likely take all the way here. But then again, you never know. Here's the 3-0. Fastball down the chute, taken for a called strike 1. And now McGill will have the green light. A fly ball could score 1. A single could score 2 and tie this ball game in the top of the 8th inning. McGill rests the bat on his shoulder. Here's the 3-1 laced into left. That one gets down. Benson in to score. Hawkinson's going to get the wave around. The throw to the plate is through the backstop. Devin Burks can't handle it, and we are tied. A 2 RBI single from Grant McGill knots this game at 5 in the top of the 8th inning. The crowd is rendered silent. Nolan McCarthy fired a strike to the plate, but it got right through the 5-hole of Devin Burks as it bounced. And Grant McGill moves up to second. The Rivets could take the lead with a hit now. And Josue Urdaneta steps in the box. Left-handed pitcher, right-handed batter. Urdaneta has reached twice, once on an error and once on a walk. First pitch to him, runs inside and gets away from Burks. Grant McGill moves up to third base, and the go-ahead run is 90 feet away. Still just 1 out in this 8th inning. And Cody Pachaki is going to come out of that first base dugout and pull Kyle Sally in the middle of the at-bat. Sally blows the Growlers' lead and will exit the ball game with the go-ahead run for the Rivets on third base. We're tied at 5. We'll have the details on the new pitcher after this on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. The Rockford Rivets have roared back in the top of the 8th inning with a 2 RBI single from Grant McGill to tie this game at 5. Still just 1 out. McGill now on third base for Josue Urdaneta in a 1-0 count. And Luke Scholes is the new pitcher into the ball game for Growlers manager Cody Pachaki. In 2021 for the Growlers, he's got an ERA of 8.27. in 16 1/3 innings of work. From Central Michigan University, first right-hander that the Rivets have faced tonight. Infield comes in for Kalamazoo. Scholes will work from the stretch to the right-handed batter Urdaneta, not switching to the left side despite being a switch hitter. Bothered by some hand soreness, more comfortable from the right side right now. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball misses outside. 2 balls and no strikes. A walk here would not be the end of the world for the Growlers, would put the double play in order. But all Urdaneta needs to do is spray one past the infield, and it's likely enough to give the Rivets the lead. Here's the 2-0. Fastball misses high, 3 balls, no strikes. But the top of the order and Daniel Cantu waiting on deck. Urdaneta taps the plate, settles into the back half of the batter's box, and an open stance. Here's the 3-0 pitch, in there for a called strike. Scholes sporting short gray pants with the green socks. Holds the baseball behind his back. Hitters count for Urdaneta. Grant McGill tied this game with a 3-1 single into left field. Can Urdaneta give the Rivets the lead? Here's the 3-1 pitch. It misses low. Urdaneta jogs down to first base with a 1-out walk. Runners on the corners for the top of the order and Daniel Cantu. That's the 3rd walk of the inning for the Rivets. The Growlers' lack of control has given this one away. Rivets 5, Growlers 5. Middle infield at double play depth now. Daniel Cantu is 0 for 3 with a hit by pitch. Right-handed pitcher, left-handed batter. And the first pitch is down the chute for a called strike, 0-1. Cantu hunches over in the left-handed batter's box. He models his batting stance after Freddie Freeman. Moves the bat back and forth. Here's the 0-1. Urdaneta goes. Pitch misses low and a fake throw from Burks. And he whips around to look Grant McGill back to third base. And now a base knock could not only give the Rivets a 1-run lead, but a 2-run cushion. Urdaneta with more than good enough speed to score from second base as he swipes his 10th bag of the season. Infield comes back in as that takes the double play out of order. Scholes sent to the chest. Here's the 1-1. Runs inside. Cantu turns away. Nearly got hit by that fastball. And it's a 2-1 count. Cantu calls time as he climbs back into the box. Takes some half swings. He's come through for the Rivets before. 22 RBIs. Here's the 2-1. Swung on and popped up into shallow right field. Damon Lux comes in, camps under it, makes the catch. Grant McGill's not going to try to score from third base, but Lux pumps the throw in anyways, and it's halfway up the third base line. Evan Burks had to make a running snag to cut that throw off. And behind him was the open Rivets dugout. So if that throw got in there, it would have scored Grant McGill and maybe Josue Urdaneta. But now there's 2 down, and the inning comes down to Phil Matulia. Rivets have the go-ahead run on third base in Grant McGill. Josue Urdaneta on second base. You can't waste opportunities like this on the road. Tie game, 5-5. Phil Matulia, first pitch to him. Misses low, 1-0. Matulia is what you'd call due. 0 for 4 tonight. Batting .348 this season. Leads the league in triples with 5. Also up there with 5 home runs. Here's the 1-0 offering. Swinging a ground ball to the second base bag. Diving stop by Coppage, and he throws to first in time to get Matulia and end the inning with the go-ahead run on third base. But the Rivets come back and tie the game on a 2 RBI single from Grant McGill. And we're knotted at 5 going to the bottom of the 8th on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Rivets 5, Kalamazoo Growlers 5. Going to the bottom of the 8th, and Rivets manager JT Scara is going to hand the ball right to his closer, Tucker Shalley. Shalley has gone distance in outings before. His longest outing is 2 innings flat on June 26th and an extra innings loss in Kokomo. But the Rivets all-star back-end reliever has an ERA of 0 entering this appearance. 19 strikeouts to 6 walks. A much-needed change of pace in a game with 18 combined walks between the two teams and just 8 hits. Rivets with 5 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors. Growlers 5 runs on 3 hits and 3 errors. Shalley will face 3, 4, 5 in this 8th inning. Nolan McCarthy has walked in back-to-back at-bats. He's 0 for 2. Righty on righty. Shalley working from the stretch with nobody on. And he delivers the first pitch. Swing and a miss on a high fastball. It's 0-1. Jared Cushing at second base turns to the scoreboard to see the velocity, and the radar gun didn't pick it up, so he flails his arms in the air. Here's the 0-1. McCarthy squares to bunt, pulls back, and watches strike 2. Shalley has not been able to get in the game for a while. So Rivets did not use him in their 8-1 series opening victory. We're in game 4 of 4 in a 3-day, 4-game series here in Kalamazoo. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a foul tip. Back to the screen, and we'll have another 0-2. Shalley pitching with stitches on his nose after he broke it playing catch with Elijah Sanchez before a game last week. His last appearance was on July 10th against Wisconsin when the Rivets would walk it off. He only pitched 1/3 of an inning, got 1 out, a strikeout with runners in scoring position. He kicks and fires another 0-2. Fastball misses inside. McCarthy jumps out of the way. And it's 1-2. So pardon the pun, but you could call Shalley hard-nosed. Standing at 6'4", 220. Here's the 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. He got him with a breaking ball at 76 miles per hour, and that's out number 1 in the bottom of the 8th. Rivets and Growlers tied at 5. And Jake Geloff climbs in the box now. He's 1 for 1 with 3 walks and an RBI single his last time in the 6th. What a ball game we've had. A treat of a series finale, the Rivets' last game of the season here in Kalamazoo. First pitch, big hack and a miss at 88 miles per hour on the fastball up in the zone. 0-1. Geloff has 3 home runs. Power on power here. Geloff probably sees that fastball and knows that if he makes contact, it can go a long way. Here's the 0-1 offering. Breaking ball misses low. 1-0. 1-1, I should say. Shalley adjusts his belt on his white Rockford Peaches uniform on a league of their own night in Kalamazoo. He fires the 1-1. Breaking ball laced up the middle into center field. Hawkinson comes in on it and now drops back and lets it fall in front of him. It's a 1-out single for Jake Geloff, his second of the ball game. He's 2 for 2, reaching in all 5 plate appearances. The go-ahead run is aboard in the bottom of the 8th for the Growlers. We're tied at 5, and here's David Coppage. Tucker Shalley, the freshman transferring from Illinois to Parkland College, where he'll have an opportunity to start. But for the Rivets, they would be silly to move him out of the back end of the bullpen where he's been so dominant. He pauses at the letters and delivers the first pitch to David Coppage. Swung on and tapped foul up the third base line, 0-1. Coppage, the freshman from the University of Virginia, 1 for 3. With a 2 RBI double in the 5th inning and a walk. Geloff with a short lead off of first base. Shalley not paying him any attention. A long pause in the 0-1. Swung on and shot into the gap. Long run for Phil Matulia in right field, and he makes a running catch. Jake Geloff retreats back to first base, and that's allowed out number 2. The Rivets exhale. That ball dropped. It may have been enough to score Jake Geloff from first base. Coppage was all over it, but now there's 2 down with the runner on first base for Brett Barrera. Rivets 5, Growlers 5. Looking ahead to the top of the 9th for the Rivets. They'll have Brian Fuentes, Wade Elliott, and Jared Cushing. 3, 4, 5 in the order after they stranded the go-ahead run on third base after tying the game in the 8th. First pitch. Big hack and a miss on, you guessed it, a high fastball at 90 miles per hour. 0-1. I think Shalley's fastball might be a few ticks faster than 90. Either that or his delivery makes that fastball a little more deceptive, seem quicker than it really is. Pronounced leg kick in the 0-1. Fastball up and in. Barrera leaning out of the way. A Matrix-like move. And it's 1-1. Barrera bracing himself with his bat after leaning out of the way. He taps the plate twice, settles into an open batting stance. The freshman from Stanford has 2 home runs this summer. In addition to 8 RBIs, including 1 tonight. Here's the 1-1. Fastball on the outer corner, taken for a called strike 2. Fans don't like the call. Shalley does. Gives a look at the baseball and steps on the right side of the rubber. Moves into his stretch. He looks for the sign from Grant McGill. Jake Geloff, the go-ahead run on first base. Here's the 1-2. And it hit him on the helmet. It just barely glanced him, and now Matthew Metcalf, the home plate umpires, saying that's a foul ball. Cody Pachaki, the Growlers manager, is going to come out of the dugout and argue this one, as he should. That pitch ran up and in and hit Barrera on the helmet. He leaned out of the way, just barely glanced him, so he's okay. And now Matthew Metcalf is going to bring in the rest of the umpiring crew, Rex Engstrand from first base and Connor McKenzie from third. And we'll see what those gentlemen saw. Up here, I saw that one run off the helmet. They've got the replay pulled up here in the press box. I'm going to take a peek over at that. Second inside pitch from Shalley. And the umpires confirm Matthew Metcalf's call of a foul ball. So Brett Barrera is going to have to bat again. That one could have gone either way based on the replay, but it sounded like it hit the helmet. So the count is still 1-2 after a delay. Shalley sets and fires home another 1-2 pitch. A little jam shot flare to first base, and it drops foul just out of the reach of Brian Fuentes. Still 1-2. Fuentes with an all-out effort there, almost made the grab, came up inches short. Now Barrera examines his bat. He reached on an error in the second, a walk in the fourth, had a sac fly in the fifth inning, and he walked in the sixth. Yet another 1-2, and that one hit him. and Matthew Metcalf says that one hit the bat. That one ran in on the hands, and Metcalf says that one hit the bat. But Barrera is hurt. He's holding his left hand in some pain. He took off his batting glove. And Cody Pachaki, the Growlers manager, is out of the dugout, either to check on Barrera or argue this call. But boy, have the Growlers gotten some bad luck in this inning. Either bad luck or bad calls, whatever you want to call it. Rockford and Kalamazoo tied at 5 apiece. The go-ahead run is Jake Geloff on first base. Cody Pachaki stating his case to Matthew Metcalf, the home plate umpire. And now Metcalf is going to bring the other two umpires in for a meeting for the second time this at-bat. And Barrera is still being examined by the trainer, seeing if he can grip the bat. Got hit with a fastball, which is always hard, out of the hand of Tucker Shalley in the low 90s. He was in some pain, but home plate umpire Matthew Metcalf says it was a foul ball. Second time that it looked like Barrera was hit with a pitch. But it was signaled a foul ball. The fans are stating their case. The inning started with a swinging strikeout of Nolan McCarthy. Jake Geloff followed with a single. David Coppage then lined out into the right center field gap. And now Barrera has been stuck in a 1-2 count after nearly being hit, or possibly being hit, by 2 pitches. And he's going to have to stay at home plate. Despite a trainer's examination of his hand, it's ruled a foul ball, and now Matthew Metcalf is going to bring the umpires in for another discussion. Frankly, from my view, Brett Barrera has been hit by 2 pitches this at-bat. Now, I didn't have the best look at it behind a pillar in the press box. And now Metcalf is going to uphold the call. So Barrera remains in the batter's box. Looks like his hand is okay to go for now. He's gripping it, taking some hacks, and the count is still 1-2. One of the most eventful 1-2 counts I've ever seen. Go-ahead runner on first base. Rivets 5, Growlers 5. Bottom of the 8th, righty on righty. And another 1-2 to Brett Barrera. Breaking ball misses down and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And the press box gripes, did that hit him? That one was a few balls away from the right-handed batter. Barrera ready to go, as is Shalley. He sets at the chest. Long pause, and the 2-2. Swing and a miss on a high fastball, and the inning is over. Tucker Shalley strands Jake Geloff on first base after an eventful bottom of the 8th inning with a few controversial calls. But this game is still tied at 5, headed to the 9th. Buckle those seatbelts. We'll be right back on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Top of the ninth inning, Rivets 5, Growlers 5. And the Rivets will send up 3, 4, 5 in their order against the same pitcher they faced to end the top of the eighth inning. It's Luke Scholes, the right-hander from Miami, Ohio. The Rivets tying this game up in the eighth inning on a 2 RBI single from Grant McGill to score Tommy Benson and Johannes Hawkinson. Rockford would then strand the go-ahead run and Josue Urdaneta on base. Brian Fuentes climbs in the box, righty on righty, and the first pitch to him. Fastball in there for a called strike. It's 0-1. It's the 12th game of the second half for both these teams, and they're tied with 4 and 7 records for 4th place in the Great Lakes East. Fuentes has had a loud night, and the 0-1. Breaking ball catches the outside corner again, 0-2. But Fuentes had a sacrifice fly his last time in the 7th inning. He's got 3 loud fly ball outs in addition to a walk. He's gonna have to battle here. Scholes, the long and lanky righty, comes home with the 0-2. Breaking ball misses far outside. Devin Burke slides out of his crouch. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Fuentes spins the bat around in his hands. He's got 2 home runs. A homer here would put the Rivets in front. The 1-2. Slider misses well outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. In the bottom of the 8th inning, the Growlers left a go-ahead run on first base after a very bizarre at-bat with Brett Barrera at the plate against Tucker Shalley. Here's the pause and the 2-2. Pitch misses high, and the count has run full. 2 straight strikes, followed by 3 straight balls against Brian Fuentes. But Barrera, he would tell you that he got hit by 2 pitches in the at-bat, and they were both ruled foul balls before he struck out on a high fastball. Here's the payoff pitch. It runs up and in, and Brian Fuentes draws a leadoff walk to start the 9th. The tying run is aboard for Rockford, and Wade Elliott, the cleanup batter, is going to step to the plate. Defensive replacement at first base for the Growlers, it's Luke Storm. Luke Storm in for Brett Barrera at first base as Brian Fuentes takes his lead. Righty on righty, and the first pitch to Wade Elliott. He squares to bunt, pulls back, and watches the pitch low, blocked by Burks. It's 1-0. Elliott missed a home run by mere inches off the left field wall back in the 6th inning. It went for a double, and he would come around to score the Rivets' first run. He walked his last time. He's 1 for 3. Third baseman Geloff shaded in on the grass. Here's the 1-0. Elliott squares again, pulls back, and this time a fastball finds the zone. 1 ball and 1 strike. We are approaching the 4-hour mark at Homer Stryker Field. This game getting underway at 6:46 in the Eastern Time Zone. Here's the kick in the 1-1. Elliott bunts it up the first baseline. It's a good one. Luke Storm fields and tags Elliott as Fuentes moves up to second. So Elliott gets the job done, and the Rivets' go-ahead run is in scoring position for Jared Cushing. Rivets and Growlers tied at 5 in the top of the 9th. Cushing has reached all 4 times tonight. And Cushing will be intentionally walked to put the double play in order for Tommy Benson. Brian Fuentes has been substituted for a pinch runner at second base, and I believe it's Jake Donahue. And it's Greg Ziegler, actually. Greg Ziegler pinch running for Brian Fuentes at second base. Brian Fuentes started this inning with a walk. after he fell behind 0-2.
Now pitch running at second base, Greg Ziegler.
Greg Ziegler in the ball game for Brian Fuentes at second base. Wade Elliott drops down a sacrifice bunt to move Ziegler to second. And then Jared Cushing is intentionally walked to get to Tommy Benson, and the big right-hander swings and misses at a high fastball, and it's 0-1. Benson hitless tonight, 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored. Last inning, he points the bat out at Luke Scholes. The right-hander comes set and fires the 0-1. Breaking ball, swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Tommy Benson is 0 for his last 12. Mightily struggling after a hot start. Baseball's a game of redemption. He's got a chance to redeem himself in a big way here. The base knock likely gives the Rivets the lead in the ninth. The kick and the 0-2, swinging a foul straight back. Benson has more life. A win here would force a split of a 4-game, 3-day series between these Great Lakes East rivals and send the Rivets home happy on the 4-hour bus ride home tonight. Benson in an open batting stance with his hand on his chest. Now he brings both hands on the bat. Another 0-2. Fastball misses outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ziegler with a short lead off of second, while Cushing, his high school teammate, is not being held at first. Here's a 1-2, swinging and a foul back. Benson is right on the pitches from Scholes. That one an off-speed offering at 77. Benson, the redshirt freshman from Triton College, coming to the Rivets after a week in the MLB Draft League. He's got 6 RBIs. His batting average has plummeted to .233. Scholes gazes in for the sign from the catcher Burks. He's got it. And another 1-2. Curveball misses just inside. The fans were ready to erupt. That one just off the inside black. And the count evens at 2-2. Benson holds the bat out at Scholes. He's going to have to deliver at least one more pitch. Benson has put up a good battle. 1 away in the ninth. Here's the 2-2, swinging a ground ball to shortstop, fielded by Lito. He goes to the bag for 1. The throw to first can't be handled by Storm. Here comes Greg Ziegler to the plate. He's safe. The throw gets away. Benson moves up to second base, and the Rivets have the lead in the ninth. Holy mackerel, what a way to take the lead from Kalamazoo. A tailor-made double play ball fielded by Luke Lito. He stepped on the bag, and his throw was hopped to Luke Storm at first base, and he couldn't pick it. Benson moved to second, and Greg Ziegler scored from second base. The Rivets come all the way back and take the lead. And now they've got a chance for some padding. Johannes Hawkinson steps to the plate. Cushing was the second out of the inning. Hawkinson steps in now. Reached his last time on an error, and he takes the first pitch outside. 1-0. Hawkinson had a 2 RBI knock in the 6th inning to give the Rivets their first 2 runs. They've now scored in 4 straight innings from the 6th through the 9th. Here's the kick in the 0-1. Misses way outside. Burks out of his crouch to field it. And it's 2-0. Hawkinson brings the bat above his right shoulder, staring out at Scholes, trying to limit the damage. Here's the kick and the 0-2. 2-0, excuse me. Big difference there. Misses outside, and that's ball 3. Much to the dismay of the fans. I bet they wish it was 0-2. A walk isn't the end of the world here. Grant McGill waits on deck. First base open with Benson on second after an error that give the Rivets the lead. And the 3-0 gets away from Burks. Benson moves up to third base. Hawkinson down to first on a 4-pitch walk, and now there's runners on the corners. And the Rivets have an insurance run 90 feet away. Grant McGill climbs in the box, having tied the game his last time with a 2 RBI base knock in the 8th. In case you're just joining us, the Rivets have scored 3 runs in the last 2 innings. 2 from that knock by McGill, and 1 after a wild error here in this 9th inning. Greg Ziegler, a pinch runner, scoring from second base on a double play ball that resulted in an error. First pitch to McGill. Fastball misses outside. So all that, and the Rivets lead 6-5. 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, and 1 so far here in the 9th. Hawkinson takes his lead, being held on by Storm at first base. Benson not far off the bag at third. Here's the 1-0. Fastball dots the outside corner that time, 1-1. Nobody up in the Rivets bullpen. Tucker Shalley is going to come back out for the bottom of the 9th with a chance to nail it down for Rockford. The set and the 1-1. The runner goes, swing and a miss. No throw down to second base. Hawkinson swipes the bag uncontested. And now a hit could give the Rivets 2 insurance runs. Hawkinson with his 4th swiped bag of the summer for Rockford. A fitting way for the Rivets to take the lead in this game without a hit in this 9th inning. Walks and errors abound tonight. Here's the 1-2, misses high and outside, 2-2. Growlers with 4 errors, and their latest was the most costly. A throwing error by Luke Lido at shortstop on a double play ball, allowing Ziegler to score. Here's the 2-2. Fastball gets away from Burks. Here comes Benson from third base, and he will score. An insurance run for the Rivets. In the top of the 9th, it's now 7-5. Defensive miscues continue to kill the Growlers, and they have given this game away. Hawkinson up to third base, and you could hear a pin drop at Homer Stryker Field. Here's the pause and the payoff pitch. Swinging a ground ball down to third base, fielded by Geloff. He throws over to first base, and Storm picks it out of the dirt to end the inning. But the Rivets scored 2 times, once on a throwing error, in which Greg Ziegler scored from second base, and another on a pass ball where Tommy Benson, who hit the ball on that error, scored from third. So the Rivets now lead it 7-5. Last chance for the Growlers. Tucker Shalley on to nail it down after this on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Bottom of the 9th inning in Kalamazoo. The Rivets have a 2-run lead. They lead it 7-5, scoring 2 runs without a hit in the top of the 9th inning after pulling even 5-5 on a 2 RBI single in the 8th inning from Grant McGill. Tucker Shalley out for his 2nd inning of work to try and get the win. Defensive changes for Rockford. Greg Ziegler stays in the game after pinch running for Brian Fuentes. He'll play left field. Daniel Cantu, the left fielder, moves to first base. Here's the first pitch to Devin Burks, the 7 batter. He squares to bunt and drops it down the third base line. Foul. 0-1. 7, 8, 9 due up for the Growlers here. Devin Burks, Luke Lido, who made what could be the losing play for the Growlers in the top of the 9th, a throwing error on a tailor-made double play ball, which allowed Ziegler to score from second base. So Lido's due up second. He's hitless tonight. Cooper Doman also hitless, 0 for 4. He'll be the 3rd batter. The kick and the 0-1 to Burks. He swings and lines it into center. Hawkinson ranges in and makes the grab for out number 1. A hard hit out. Hawkinson with good speed to track it down. And the Growlers are down to their final 2 outs. Rivets 7, Kalamazoo 5. And here's Luke Lido with the bases empty. Lido, the high school senior, just graduated from Portage Central, perhaps showing his youth. First pitch to the lefty from the righty, Shalley. Breaking ball misses outside, 1-0. Lido struck out twice in the 2nd and 4th, reached on an error by the pitcher in the 5th, and then lined out to Brian Fuentes at first base in the 7th. Here's the kick and the 1-0. Swung on, fouled straight back. It's 1-1. What a comeback by the Rockford Rivets. They trailed this game 4-0. Roaring back from a 4-run deficit. It hasn't been pretty, but it's gotten the job done. Lots of walks, lots of errors. Here's the 1-1. Runs inside, nearly hits Lido. He shifts his hips out of the way. Kind of looked like a dance move. Quick reflexes there. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Shalley with rock-solid control for the Rivets. 3-1 win-loss record and 13 appearances at the back end of the bullpen for the Rivets, assuming the closer's role. Here's the 2-1. Fastball misses outside. 3 balls and 1 strike on Lido. Shalley has walked just 6 batters and now 66 faced. The small contingency of Growlers fans still in the house makes some noise. Shalley from the stretch with nobody on. Here's his 3-1. It's on the way. Fastball misses up and away, and Luke Lido is aboard to bring the tying run to the plate in the form of Cooper Doman. Got to get outs against the bottom half of the order. We'll see if Shalley can retire Doman. Rivets 7, Growlers 5, bottom of the 9th inning. The Rivets have lost 5 of 6 games, including being swept in a doubleheader yesterday. Brooks Coetzee is going to pinch hit for Cooper Doman, so Shalley won't even face Doman here. Coetzee, the junior from Notre Dame. Good hitter. Righty on righty. Lido with a small lead in the first pitch. Misses down and outside, 1-0. Coetzee, a 3-year Kalamazoo Growler. .274 batting average, with 9 RBIs and 2 homers. Here's the 1-0. It gets away from Grant McGill. Lido moves up to second base, and the double play is out of order. Pass ball on Grant McGill. And a single to get the Growlers within 1. Cooper Doman was 0 for 4. Brooks Coetzee, a little bit better of a hitter. Doman entering action with a batting average just over 100. Grant McGill heads out to the mound to chat things over with Tucker Shalley. Gives him a pat on the back before he heads back for the 2-0 pitch. The entire Rivets bullpen is on its feet. Most of the Growlers dugout on the top step. Not many players in the Rivets dugout, but they're on the top step too. Shalley comes set at the letters and delivers the 2-0 pitch. Runs inside, nearly hits Coetzee, and it's 3-0. Shalley with uncharacteristic control problems. Walked Lido. He stands on second base. Coetzee represents the tying run at the plate. And a 3-0 count. Can Shalley find the zone? The kick and the 3-0. Fastball called strike on the outside corner. Coetzee started heading to first base, and it's 3-1. All it takes is one swing, perhaps a low line drive. This game is tied. Short porch in left field, 291 feet away. Long pause, and the 3-1 from Shalley. Swing and a miss. Coetzee was thinking long ball. And the count is full. 1 down in the bottom of the 9th. The Rivets lead it by 2. Luke Lido not being held at second base. The Rivets hard-throwing closer Tucker Shalley looking for the 6-out victory. He's got the sign. And here comes the payoff pitch. Called. Strike 3. A fastball dots the outside corner. And after Coetzee was ahead 3-0, he gets caught window shopping for out number 2, and the Growlers are down to their final out. Top of the order, and TJ Williams will have to extend this game. 3rd strikeout of the night for Tucker Shalley. He just needs an out here. Rivets lead it 7-5, and the first pitch swung on and lifted down the right field line, hooking foul. It's 0-1. Williams has had a painful night. He's 0 for 3 with 2 hit by pitches. His last came in the 7th. The Rivets have scored in 4 straight innings, scoring 2 in the 8th to tie and 2 in the 9th without a hit to take this 2-run lead. Williams with 3 home runs this summer as the tying run at the plate. A win would hand the Rivets a series split. 4 games in 3 days. Here's the 0-1. Swung on and popped foul, and the Growlers are down to their final strike. Shalley gets a fresh baseball. Rubs his hand on his pants. Rivets bullpen and dugout ready to jump into celebration. Jared Cushing raising his hands at second base, stretching out his arms perhaps. Luke Lido not being held at second base. A stare down between TJ Williams and Tucker Shalley. He sets now. And comes home with the 0-2. Swing and a miss, and the ball game is over. Tucker Shalley lets out a fist pump. He comes out with a victory, and the Rivets win it 7-5 in comeback fashion. 2 in the 8th, 2 in the 9th, and the Rivets head home happy. We'll be back to wrap it up after this on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. Final lines in an exciting comeback victory for the Rockford Rivets. First for the victorious Rivets. 7 runs on 5 hits, 2 errors, and 10 left on base. For the Growlers, 5 runs on 4 hits, the key number, 4 errors, and 13 left on base. The pitchers of record, Tucker Shalley, improves to 4-1, going 2 innings, allowing just 1 hit, no earned runs, 1 walk, and 4 strikeouts to slam the door on the Growlers after the Rivets tied the game with 2 runs in the 8th and 2 runs without a hit to take the lead in the 9th inning. So Luke Scholes gets the loss. He allowed 2 unearned runs in that 9th inning to hand the Rivets the victory. The Rivets improved to 5-7. Just 2 games below 500 on the second half, so they're still very much in it. That playoff chase is not over yet. The Growlers fall to 4-8 on the season. The Rivets improved to 20-27 overall. Growlers fall to 19-29. Rockford seals the series split in 4 games from Kalamazoo, a grueling 3-day, 4-game stretch. And this has got to be a relief for the Rockford Rivets. A comeback win after dropping both games of the doubleheader. Up next for both these teams, the Growlers will host the Traverse City Pittsbitters for 2, the first half champions, making the trip down from northern Michigan. The Rivets will return to Rivet Stadium tomorrow to host the Kokomo Jackrabbits, currently in first place in the Great Lakes East in the second half. And that will finish a stretch of 30-plus days without a day off for the Rivets. They'll play Saturday and Sunday and then take the All-Star break on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. The Rivets and Growlers wrapping this game up tonight in a whopping 4 hours and 12 minutes. But if you're Rockford, those last few innings went by pretty darn quick. An estimated crowd of about 1,362 in front of a very, very dreary sky. Intermittent rain at a temperature of 71 degrees. So that about wraps it up from Homer Stryker Field this season for the Rockford Rivets. Rivets come out with a comeback victory tonight. This is Larry Larson saying so long and thank you so much for listening. Again, the final. Rivets win it 7-5. So long, everybody.